let us support a conference on English language teaching, and thinking that why should we? And now I'm very, very grateful to them. This conference has become a very important part of our annual agenda, and seeing the conference growing in this way to become one of the most important conferences in that topic in Kuwait and the region is truly heartening and pleasing. Of course, we are all educators, and these challenges that we're talking about are challenges for everybody in the education sector. With AI, of course, which is one part of key topics of what we do at the university, where we teach only high-end technology. It's a challenge for everybody. It's a challenge for those who are in the technology field, but also a huge challenge for all topics, including English language. And the changes are going so fast, so that just recently I was attending a conference for UNESCO, and someone said a very important sentence, which is a wake-up call for everyone. And he said, either adopt change or become irrelevant. So this is not about just a lecture kind of conference where we talk about these things, but it's an essential component of us adopting, trying to always be relevant and be ahead of the game in our education, so that the students see us as the teachers to learn from, not people who are burdened on them and they don't do anything new for them. So there's a lot of things to talk about. Of course, I am really sorry that I won't be able to stay for the whole day with you because of other commitments, but I'm looking forward to let it here and see what comes out of these discussions. The other thing I want to say speak about here is that Kuwait College of Science and Technology sees this conference as an important part of achieving its mission. Our mission, set by the Board of Trustees, is to be a leading university in technology in the Middle East. Of course, it's an ambitious vision, but of course we are on the first steps of that. But the most important part of it is, yes, to graduate leading technology experts, but also to have impact on the society. And to have impact on the society, you have to go beyond the narrow specialization where you work. And I give you some examples of things we do all around the year that prove that we are trying our best to achieve that. For example, at the moment, we are hosting the Italian exhibition called Net IT, showing the art of Italian architecture. And this is the same floor in the library, second floor. Please visit it. It's amazing. It's a genius idea by the Italian artists how to showcase their architecture. So, and it's open, it's set up for you to pass by while going to the lunch break or to the coffee breaks. We also host important things like cybersecurity hackathons, which we call it hackathon because it's happening in Ramadan. We will also have a distinguished conference on Internet of Things, secure and sustainable Internet of Things. That's in May, which will be published by Springer Nature publisher. We are going in September, October to the Cybersecurity Education and Research Conference, where we discuss similar topics like you are discussing today, but for teaching cybersecurity and research in cybersecurity. We end this year here in December with an initiative that we started last year about assistive technologies for special needs. We're trying to use technology to serve a very important sector of the community. So as you see, teaching English is part of a whole mission that we have put to ourselves to make sure our faculty, our students, and everybody involved has a comprehensive and inclusive way of thinking, and we give students global citizenship understanding rather than just technology leaders. So this is like an advert for the college, but it's truly a kind of what we are aiming at by hosting this conference, and I hope we will continue to be associated partner, and thank you very much for choosing us actually for this. So thank you very much for being with us today, and you chose a very beautiful time of the year for hosting it, especially that we are in the month of national celebrations, and we will celebrate that this week also with a musical concert that will have at the college for a very famous Arabic singer, if you know Fairuz. There is a concert from Fairuz songs in love of Kuwait. So that will complete the circle of technology, education, and even art. So thank you again. I will not say anything more except thanking the team who worked hard on organizing this conference. It's amazing what they are doing. Thanks for my team from Kuwait College of Science and Technology, for Marquesa and her colleague, and for IT team, for everybody who really worked hard. Of course, as you know, it's Saturday, but the whole facilities team, everybody are here, so my appreciation for everybody who worked for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Khaled. The honor is ours. We are really honored to be here for the second year and for the coming years, perhaps. Yes? So right now I invite Ms. Rana Khan to honor Professor Khaled in the beginning. I now invite our next guest of honor, Dr. Ahmed Al-Hunayn. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause. Dr. Hunayn, after your speech, I also kindly ask you to remain on stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, esteemed educators, Professor Khaled Gamin, conference attendees and participants, friends and colleagues in education. It's a profound honor to stand before you today at the TEFL Kuwait Spring 2025, a gathering that brings together some of the brightest minds in language education, innovation, and research. As we are gathered under the theme of 21st century language teaching, challenges, opportunities, and solutions, we recognize that this conference is not merely an academic event, but a key platform for shaping the future of English language teaching. Over the past decade, the field of education has profoundly changed due to technological advancements, academic teaching changes, and evolving learning needs. Our educational system stands at the crossroads where traditional methods meet cutting-edge innovations such as artificial intelligence, blended learning aligned with virtual and augmented reality. As educators, it's our responsibility to harness these advancements to facilitate inclusive, engaging, and effective learning environments. As I am representing the Public Authority for Applied Education and Training, along with Abdullah Salim University, I extend my deepest appreciation to Ms. Rana Khan, President of TEFL Kuwait, and the entire organizing committee. I don't have all names, I think Dr. Rana, she mentioned the names, for their dedication in bringing this event to life. This conference, with its academic excellence, are carefully scheduled. There are a lot of carefully scheduled sessions, panel discussions, and workshops. Embodies the spirit of academic excellence. I'm extremely delighted to see the gracious support extended by Professor Khalid Al at the Kuwait College of Science and Technology. Also, the team of TEFL Kuwait in making this event possible. Let us reaffirm our commitment to continuing to shape the future of language education as we embark on the journey of insightful discussions. I encourage each one of you to engage deeply, share your expertise, and collaborate toward a shared vision of educational excellence. Thanks again for your dedication, passion, and invaluable contributions to TEFL. I wish you all fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hunayn. Mr. Khan, please welcome to honor Professor Ahmed Hunayn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, I now invite our membership chair, Ms. Shannon Parks. Ms. Shannon, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It's my distinct pleasure to be here and welcome you to our conference. I have the distinct honor, privilege of being membership chair, so if you're a member of TEFL Kuwait, you will have received dozens of emails from me all year long. If you're not a member, please become a member. It's very easy, and you will become aware of all the different webinars and workshops that we have going all year long. You will see the special interest groups that you can become a part of. And also, if there's a lack, if there's a gap, you can start a special interest group. We are waiting for your input. And I also wanted to draw attention to an opportunity you have as a member of TEFL Kuwait. You can become a member of TEFL at a discounted rate. TEFL is the International Association of Teachers of English as a Foreign Language. Now, some of the benefits you will receive being an TEFL member are professional development. You'll have access to many more workshops and webinars, and teaching materials that can support your professional growth. Career advancement. You'll have opportunities to present your work, gain recognition in the field, and enhance your CV. Special interest groups as well with TEFL. Join groups focused on specific areas of interest, such as technology and education, teacher training, or young learners. More discounted events. Members often receive reduced rates for conferences and events, making professional development more accessible. Global community. Be part of a worldwide network that advocates for English language teaching and learning, fostering a sense of belonging. Finally, access to research. Stay informed about the latest research in language teaching and learning through various publications and conferences. So joining TEFL can significantly enrich your teaching practice and professional journey. And finally, just wish you today of collaboration, enrichment, and equipping. This is such a space of belonging, and we are not alone facing the challenges. It's an opportunity for growth and advancement. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon. I hope that if you haven't joined, you join, but also to bring more friends. Bring along more friends, more members. And now, Conference Chair, Ms. Ashan Dash, the floor is yours. Please come on stage.
Oh, I'm fine. Hi, everyone. Can you see me? Thank you so much, Dr. Shadia. Good morning, everyone. I'm really, really glad to have you and welcome to, sorry. And welcome to our conference, our fourth annual spring conference, and I'm really, really glad that you all have made it. And thank you for all the presenters for being here. I would first of all, really tiny, are you able to see this? Yes. Yeah, good. That's what we need. Okay, perfect. Well, I'm really, really glad that you all decided that we're important enough for you all to be here, and we're really, really glad that you decided to stay, and we're hoping that you decide to stay. Well, I would, with all my heart, like to first of all thank Ms. Rana Khan for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this organization and for opening my horizons. And I was very, very lucky to meet her at the Alt Conference at Zayed University last year. And I'd like to especially thank Dr. Wafa for that. Thank you so much for organizing and making me a part of all of this. So thank you very much. Well, we've been working tirelessly, very, very tirelessly, for at least 7 to 8 months on our conference. So I'm really glad that you actually found this, and hopefully you find this to be fruitful, because we work hard. We work really, really hard. Please find it, find good and helpful for yourself. Well, sadly, due to visa issues and last-minute cancellation, if you come across any session which is not running, we're not responsible. We tried everything. I swear we tried everything. We were awake till last night, really late, to make sure everything was going on point, but, well, unfortunately, some events took place. But we have a list of excellent presenters, and we are really, really glad to have a plethora of topics that we're going to be discussing on, including AI, language learning, and how we can actually incorporate all of this in the development of education. So we're really, really glad that we have such a wide variety of people around us. Most importantly, we're absolutely glad and elated that we're the only members of TEFL here in Kuwait. And thank you so much, Ms. Shannon, for giving us an idea of what TEFL is. And we are more than happy to be the only organization associated with them here in Kuwait at the moment. And we're honestly elated to have you ready and open and actively participating with us. And we really hope that whenever we have an interactive session, you're here with us and you participate and enjoy yourself. We at TEFL Kuwait welcome you to our 4th annual spring conference, and we hope you have an amazing day and learn as much as we have in all these months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ashan. I have one announcement. So Dr. Blunden Peter's session, which is supposed to occur here,
the hall from me at the same time, there was a presentation by a man who at the time was very well known in the many people at his talk. And I had a chance to meet him many years later. This is actually me over here. I was a little bit younger. I had a little more hair. It was not white. So I love this presentation. We're about 20 minutes in, and you know what happened? So the phone went off, and we went out of the convention center. As soon as we walked out the door, the fire alarm stopped. The doors were locked. We couldn't get back in, so finally, okay, we went all the way back into the convention center and finished this session. Now, a few years later, I was giving another talk, and at that time, at the International TEFL Convention, there was a big event near the end of the conference, and everyone would go to this event and stay on very late. My session was 7:30 a.m. on the last day, but I went in the room. There were not a lot of people, and sitting in the back of the room was Earl Steve.
Hello. Hi.
students, just give me one or two words, okay? Now, but if your answer includes the words AI, you must be a little more specific, okay? Don't say AI is my challenge, say why, okay? So, and I'm going to repeat your answer for the benefit of the recording. So here's one. Motivation of students, okay, yeah. Phones, using the phone in class, yeah. Christy? Ooh, she said too much unnecessary work from the senior administration that isn't really helping me. Yeah. Oh, use of chat GPT. Yeah. Okay, so we have two issues here. One is managing students' behavior, and one is kind of cognition. One is them understanding. Yes?
No mic.
Negativity and a fixed mindset. Yeah. Students are so reliant on technology they can't do things themselves. Students are afraid to talk in front of the class. Yeah. Communication skills. Yeah.
The superficial usage of technology, they know how to use phones or AI and so on, but actually it's very superficial.
They think they can use technology, but it's not really happening.
I want to say congratulations because you get us on board. That getting our attention is very challenging. It's the first keynote I attend, and you managed to have us on board.
So it's a challenge to get everyone's attention, and this is true in the classroom as well.
Students with a knowledge for final exam
Because they're only very concerned about examination, right? So please tell me, huh? So I think the point is that students are so immersed in the digital age that they can't deal with reality, and they think because of the digital stuff that they know things when actually they don't. You know, I mean, my son personally, I think his cell phone is surgically implanted in his hand. You know, he can't do anything without it. Well, we're going to have some more opportunities for you to share in a little bit, but I wanted to move on. And I couldn't know for sure what your challenges would be, but I tried to guess a little bit. And so I want to talk today about three main topics. First of all, dealing with changes in technology, then encouraging student motivation, and finally a little bit about teacher well-being, and so on. So our first point is dealing with changes in technology, and Ms. Rana invited me. She said, would you be part of a panel on AI? And I said, no, I'm not an expert at AI. I haven't used it very much with my students, but I thought, well, I better do a little bit more. I better do some research. And I thought, you know, the picture that I use when I give a talk is 10 years old. I should get a new headshot, a new photo. And I have a couple of friends who are photographers, so I thought I should go to them and get them to take a photo. But you know, I have to make an appointment, they have to get dressed, and so on. And I saw this ad in social media that said, hey, send us your pictures, and AI will make a very nice photo for you. So I thought, I'll do that, and then I'll go get the picture. So I tried it. This is some of the results. Okay? These are the good pictures. Okay? These are the good pictures. Now, I wasn't wearing that shirt, I wasn't in that background. AI did all of this. Now my wife was suspicious. She said, the eyes don't look like you. I had another problem because there's this problem with AI where it has trouble with hands, right? Sometimes it makes 6 fingers or something like that. And I said, there's a problem here. It has misread what my head looks like. It has put in some strange kind of like a dome, on my head that doesn't really exist. But then I was in the hotel and I looked in the mirror and it turns out that AI is actually correct and I do have something. So then I thought, well, maybe I can get ChatGPT to help me with the talk I have to give today. So I said, okay, ChatGPT, here's your prompt. Act as a visiting lecturer or TEFL expert, write an outline for a 1-hour talk for English language teachers in Kuwait on the subject of challenges, opportunities, and solutions for teaching English in the 21st century. So I gave ChatGPT a response. ChatGPT gave me a very detailed and interesting outline, and it was very boring, and I threw it away completely, and I'm not giving you anything from ChatGPT. But I wanted to start our conversation talking about changes in technology, because for teachers, technology has been changing for quite a long time. And often it's seen as very beneficial, and often we can make use of it. For example, in the tape recorder with audio, right? Or when people were first beginning to use film and movies.
Yes.
But our sense of the way that education works these days has changed a great deal, right? We no longer have this idea that students are very regimented, that they're going to sit in regular rows in the classroom and be very obedient. The whole scene has changed. Now, I'm old enough to remember when education actually involved books. And I just finished teaching a class in which I invited my intro to TEFL students to go out and do some research and come back to me with some resources that they had found. I said, you must go to the library and give me one actual book. Now, we of course used to read the newspaper. I've still seen some printed newspapers, but I read mine online. I read about 3 newspapers, all online. We used to use maps, right, to get from one place to another. Students today have no idea. They have no idea how to do that. We used to work as teachers. We used to have to record grades. We used to have to write everything down. It's all on Blackboard or Canvas or something these days. And of course, we used to teach students how to write, right? How to physically write. And people used to communicate. I feel like I'm doing a history lesson. It's like, people used to communicate with these things called letters, where you would actually get together and you write something. And
now it's working. This should work. This should
okay, I know now why some people rise to positions of importance. It was the slide projector. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Yeah. That's absolutely correct. It was a slide projector. And for those of you who are old enough to recall, we used to go out with a camera, we would take pictures, it would get developed, and we would have pictures like this. And you might put it in a carousel like this. You had to have it forwards, backwards, upside down, upside up. You had to change the order if anything happened. Now, unless you think we're kidding here, okay, there was actually a book, about how to use photographic slides in language teaching. This was part of a series of books which also included how to use the board, okay? And one of my favorites, which was how to use the magazine picture file, where you would take pictures out of magazines and put them on cardboard and so on. So this was my presentation, and this presentation went okay, but previously I had tried to do another presentation and I had a problem with it. So imagine that you are going to give a presentation about the slide projector. what could go wrong if you were going to give a presentation about a slide projector? Just let me know if you have an idea. Any idea?
नहीं भाई
Maybe the projector wouldn't work.
क्या अम्मा भी आवाज
The power would go out. The slides would get stuck in the thing.
काविरज वीडियो मिक्सर में दर्द नहीं आ लाइन आउट ऑफ प्रॉपर मैंने किया लाइन
I'll tell you what happened.
मैंने हेडफोन में आवाज अब हो राइट
I was in the classroom and there were two things that I had
लाइन आउट ऑफ प्रॉपर
Of course, for
वीडियो मिक्सर में लाइन आउट ऑफ
work,
तो सुधाई
it has to have power. And usually you want the
नहीं
slide projector in the center of the room. And the outlets are on the edge of the room. And I didn't have enough space to connect my slide projector for one thing. But then there was another problem that I did not anticipate. Which was, for this technology to work for slides, you actually need to have darkness. And the room in which I was working, you couldn't put the slides down. So my advice to you in general for technology is you always want to have a plan B, right? You need to plan ahead and make sure that you have an alternative plan in case things don't work out the first time. Now then, of course, technology moved on, and in the 1980s, I think. In the 1980s, this was my first computer. It was called a K-Pro computer. If you look carefully, you can see it has two floppy disk drives. You need to put the disk into it in order to load the operating system. And then you need to put another disk in to store any information. But I was very forward thinking because my computer was portable. You could pick it up and take it with you. I took it on airplanes. It weighed 30 pounds. It weighed 30 pounds. But some of you will remember a time when we used to put students into computer labs, right? And we would line them up in computer labs, and we would encourage them to learn. And here's a picture of me with some students in the 1980s. I think perhaps this was an problems with technology for many years, and I want to just give you an example here, if I can. Now, I don't know if you have seen this before, but this is a little example of some technology problems from a long time ago. It's not in English, by the way, but I'm going to read the subtitles. Outside? Ja,
blar frem og tilbake.
So you can see that the issue of dealing with technology is not a very new issue. People have been struggling with it for a long time. So we started off and we were looking at challenges that technology gives us, but technology also gives us opportunities. So I'm going to turn to you again and give you another couple minutes to say, okay, there are challenges with technology, but what can we do with it? What does it offer us? What are the opportunities that we can make use of? So if you would please again get together with a partner, take a couple minutes. What opportunities do changes in technology present to us? Okay? Thank you. Together, and remember, I don't want to hear the whole paragraph. Okay, just give me the short version. Just give me the sentence version. What do you see as some opportunities presented by technology? So this is a good opportunity, plagiarism. Okay, it's easier for today's learner to use it. Maybe, okay. Thinking back to the pandemic, we were able to gather remotely, which we would not have been able to do without. Yeah. Can save time. More access to resources, yeah.
Some of them already said one is
connecting with people, practicing the language, yeah. Creating materials, differentiating materials, yeah. Speed, you go fast, yeah. Can improve productivity, yeah.
Also, sharing it.
It's easier to share, right? Yeah. Personalizing the learning experience. Beyond the classroom, right? You can go beyond the classroom. I should just touch on this for a moment because, as was said in my introduction, I'm a textbook author. And the textbook that I write is now going into its 4th edition. And when it started out, we had only books. And then we thought, no, there should be more technology. And so I think we had DVDs. Right? And then we went to flash drives, and now, of course, it's all online. So there's so many opportunities that technology can offer us. I personally found it helpful to be able to attend professional development workshops in my pajamas, from home is very helpful. And then, as already been stated, having students collaborate together and publish their material. We used to talk about students being motivated by publishing material and putting it online. Well, I said we would talk about technology, and I also wanted us to talk about motivation. So now here's another opportunity for you. how do your students exhibit problems with motivation? Ready? Go. Talk together. Talk together. Okay, so tell me a few of your motivation problems. What are a few of the problems that your students have with motivation? Anyone? No? Their lack of interest. They're in class because they have to be, right? They don't want to be. They're only interested in grades. Yeah. They don't understand the context. Yeah.
I think to them, education became a secondary resource. Like they all want to build their own businesses and do something else. So it's about that.
Education is sort of secondary, right? They want to build their businesses or something. Yeah. So two things. One is they're not prepared when they come to class. They're not ready to learn. And secondly, some of them are shy, especially about participating. Yeah. Lack of communication ability. Okay. Yeah. They're copying from AI instead of doing their actual work. Yeah.
They have a fixed mindset.
Fixed. Yeah. Fixed mindset. Yeah.
They lack intrinsic motivation. Like they're completely great, at least in my view.
They lack intrinsic motivation, right? You may recall we talk sometimes about extrinsic motivation when students are motivated by grades or some outside purpose as opposed to intrinsic motivation when they're learning because they want to.
Yeah, related to that, what's the purpose?
What's the purpose? Why am I doing this in the first place, right? So motivation is an issue. I want to suggest a couple of other things, which is that sometimes I think the students have a problem with the level of challenge that we give them. And this is a problem that you don't have a lot of control over because of the curriculum. But I want to think for a little bit about, do we give them difficult things and then they can't do them and then they're frustrated? Or could we maybe make things a little bit easier for them? So I wanted to look at a particular example, at the example of vocabulary, which has been described as the key to English language teaching, and ask you a couple of questions. Supposing you had a large dictionary for native speakers, about how many vocabulary words do you think would be in that dictionary? We could argue about lemmas and things like that, but about... The answer is about 115,000 words, okay? About 115,000 words. Now, how many words do you think a native speaker knows? Active and passive vocabulary. Yeah, what do you think? It's about 20,000. It's about 20,000 words. Now, if that's the case, then how many words does a language learner need to know in order to be proficient, reasonably proficient So if you think about levels of reading and so on, they're usually graded readers, right? 500 words, 1,000 words, 2,000 words, and so on. But I wasn't sure about this, so I turned to someone who has much more expertise in reading and vocabulary than I do, who is Dr. Paul Nation from New Zealand, who's a noted expert in this area. And with this question, how many words does a learner need to know? And he thought about it very carefully, and he said, a very large number. So I feel like he cheated a little bit. He didn't really give a very clear answer. But the challenge, I think, for our students sometimes comes with reading, because they're trying to read, and they can sometimes get frustrated. So imagine that you've given your students a reading, and what level of reading is easy, or is difficult, or is fun? So if you think about it, most of us think we like to challenge our students, right? We want to have them get better. But according to Nation, if you know 98% of the words that you're reading, then that's fun to read. If you know 95% of the words, that's challenging. And if you know less than 90% of the words, that's frustrating. Well, that's 1 in 10 words. We often give students some more complex kinds of materials. So maybe we're frustrating our students. So you want to remember when you're dealing with vocabulary that not all vocabulary words are created equal. When you're teaching vocabulary, you want to think a little bit about issues of word frequency, because if our students are learning about the first 1,000 most frequent words, that's actually about 70% of the words that we use. And if you add in the next 1,000 to 2,000 words, that's about 80% of what they need to know. If you add academic words, for example, from the academic word list, we're up to 88 to 90%. But then we have some other kinds of words, right? So we have some high-frequency words, we have low-frequency words, we have words that we might use a lot in academia, and then technical terms, right? Because sometimes your students are specialized. They're learning English for engineering or English for computer science, and those words are more technical. But one thing that I wanted to encourage you to do is that if you are working with a particular text and you're curious about the level of difficulty, there are a number of tools online where you can go to check the difficulty of a text. And this is one from the Oxford Learner's Dictionary. You can just Google Oxford Text Checker, for example. And if you copy your text from your document and paste it in there, it will come back to you and it will return a color-coded list of the vocabulary words. And these words are C1 words or A2 words or so on. But ultimately, we're hoping to move our learners towards autonomy, to be able to do things by themselves. But I think that one way that we can do this is by celebrating small successes. In other words, if you can make a little bit of progress and feel good about it, that's going to motivate you to do more. So I do this for myself. I do a little thing every day that helps me feel better, and that is I go to the New York Times online, and the New York Times has a crossword puzzle. This crossword puzzle is known to be very difficult. I don't do that one. I go to another one. It's a very small and very easy crossword puzzle. So I want to show you how easy it is. We'll do one together, okay? So here is the first clue. Number 1, 3 across, top part of a mushroom. 3-letter word. Cap. Okay, top of a mushroom. Okay. Number 4 across. Halloween costume with a striped red shirt and glasses. Waldo, right? Remember Where is Waldo, the character you had to find him in a puzzle? Okay. This is the clue right here. 2 parallel lines next to each other. Equal. Very good. Okay. Another word for a crash test participant, someone who's in one of those accidents. It's a dummy, okay? It's a crash test dummy. And finally, this is good for me from Vermont, product of a sugar maple. So this is a trick question because syrup is the end result, but there's something that comes first, 3-letter word, sap, okay, sap. So that's a little bit a little bit tricky. So I do the mini crossword puzzle every day. It usually takes me less than a minute. I feel so good. I do it. I'm successful, right? I'm successful. I can do this. It's very motivating. It's very motivating. So the issue then is, if our students are exhibiting behavior that we don't like, what should we do about it? And a writer for the New York Times did a study, and she actually started off by looking at animal trainers. And she looked, for example, at a place where they would train the animals to do some different things, and she said, what you need to do is to reinforce positive behavior, right? If they do what you want, you give them a fish or something. So that in general, with our students, if they do something we like, we want to reinforce that. So then what do you do with negative behavior? The answer is you ignore it. You ignore the undesirable behavior. You don't punish it. You just ignore it. So she had an interesting idea. She said, you know, my husband has some behaviors that I don't really like. What should I do? And she tried ignoring some of his behavior, and it worked. So, okay, let me give you a couple of minutes to answer this question. What have you found to be effective in motivating students? Okay, so take a minute with your partner, find someone to speak. What have you found to be effective?
Well, people are enjoying it, very interactive.
That's the idea. I get them to do all the work.
They're enjoying it, all the work.
Okay, so tell me what works with your students, okay? What does work with your student? Not the essay, not the paragraph, not the sentence. Just give me 2 words, something that works. Recognition. Okay, you recognize their efforts. Yes?
Finish your work, then you can watch mobile.
After you finish your work, then you can watch your mobile. Okay, yeah?
Positive reinforcement.
Positive reinforcement. Yeah.
For the naughty kids, I call it catch them being good.
Catch them being good for the children. Yeah, catch them being good. Yeah. Some tangible recognition. You know, I'm always surprised. We talked before about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. I'm always surprised that some people, often about 12-year-old boys, they're motivated by stickers, you know, something like that. It's like, really? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Stars, gold star. Praise, right? Praise. Tell me I did something good. Yeah? So it's not just the individual who gets the rewards, it's the class. And if everyone in the class... Okay. So there's some progress there, yeah?
Including their interests in the learning.
Include their interests in the learning, yeah.
So obviously, which is competition.
Competition, right? Sometimes competition, right? So I find that we can think about motivation in different contexts, right? And one of those contexts is in the classroom. And often in the classroom, we're using a textbook, and it's the same book all the time, and that can get a little bit boring sometimes. So I turned to the work of an ELT expert from Japan. His name is Mark Helgeson. And Helgeson is very interested in positive psychology. And he actually has a website, I recommend this, it's called ELT and Happiness. ELT and happiness. So Helgeson came up with a few different concepts that he said can help motivate students in the classroom. So the first one he said is give students some choice, right? Give them some opportunity, so it's not that you're telling them what to do all the time. Maybe you don't have to answer all 10 items in your activity. Maybe they can choose which ones. Maybe they can work together with someone else or not. Maybe they can do it with their book open. Maybe they can do it with their book closed. Maybe you can do an activity and they can choose the vocabulary words. So give them some opportunity to choose things. Helgeson also suggests that students are more interested in activities that will engage their emotions, and so encourages you to do things in class that will engage them with emotions. So for example, if there's a dialogue, have them read the dialogue with expression, right? Have them read the dialogue as if they're angry or if they're feeling friendly. Maybe the students can even choose the activities or the questions that they think are interesting. Maybe you don't have time to do everything. Let them have some choice there. Someone spoke earlier about personalizing activities, getting activities that will relate directly to the students themselves. Maybe they can take the story and make it about themselves. Maybe they can ask the questions. Why should you be the one who makes up the questions? Let them make up the questions. Another thought is to try to engage the senses. Try to get students active in class. Have them standing and walking whenever you can. Maybe instead of writing something, they could draw a picture, or maybe they would act out vocabulary words. And then finally, and this is what we were talking about earlier with the vocabulary, find the right level of challenge. Sometimes our students are not motivated because they're bored. And it's difficult in the class because some students are faster than others, right? So maybe you can give them different levels of challenge. Maybe you can try to test their memory, right? Read something, close the book, remember it. Or make a kind of a race. Have you ever done this activity where you put a text on one wall and then there's another text on another wall and they have to run back and forth and so on? Running dictation. Okay, so that's a little bit about motivation, and I just wanted to wrap up a little bit by talking about teachers and about our own way of dealing with things like stress, because most of us find teaching to be a little bit stressful. A little bit stressful, right? And the problem is that the brain is like Velcro for negative experiences, but it's like Teflon. I'm sorry, I got it backwards. Velcro for negative experiences, but Teflon for positive ones, right? If something negative happens to us, we feel it sticks to us. Something positive, we go right along there. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here and ask you this question. When you've been teaching, what is the temperature in the room? Now, I live in Vermont. This is fairly typical of our temperature right now in the wintertime. But I once was observing a bunch of teachers, and one of them was a very experienced teacher. The other one was a very new teacher. But the atmosphere, the feeling in the classroom was completely different, because the experienced teacher was very strict, and sure, students didn't really like her, and the new teacher was very engaged. She loved her students, and they could feel that she loved them. So it was quite amazing that atmosphere could make such a difference to them. And so here's an interesting idea from Adrian Underhill, who says, I think that as individuals, we carry around with us our own atmosphere, but we're unaware of it. Everyone else is aware of it, right? That person walks into the room and everybody's like, oh, great, or the other person walks into the room, you're like, So, think a little bit about your own atmosphere. It's difficult to get a handle on that. So when we're thinking about stress and so on, I think we have a habit of looking for problems. We're like, what's the problem here? How can we solve the problem? What if we turned that around and instead of looking for problems, we started off by looking for solutions? And we were a little bit more positive in that regard. So I'm just going to ask you this question. What is one solution or coping mechanism that you have found helpful in dealing with stress or dealing with your own well-being? Tell me something that has worked, something that's worked for you. Sailing. Okay, sailing. Mindfulness.
Talking with my cat.
Talking, Dr. Rana says, talking to her cat. Okay. Many of us have conversations with imaginary friends, yeah? Meditation, yeah.
Listening to my favorite music.
Music, listening to music. Reading the Quran. Breathing, okay, breathing, yeah. Sorry.
I have a picture of my cats on my screensaver. Cat lovers. Stressed. I just look, and I told my students that the other day. I said, you're stressing me out by being late. I have to look at Fiona and Corby.
Christine likes to look at her cats, yeah? Going to the gym, right? Working out, right. So hopefully what we've done today is to talk a little bit about changes in technology, motivation, well-being, avoiding burnout. We want to try not to be putting out fires when we can. You know, the challenges can sometimes seem a little bit overwhelming, a little bit dark, but we want to be optimistic and see the road ahead in the future is very positive. Remember, it's important to be kind, right? It's important to be kind and to be nice to each other. And I think the wonderful thing about this conference is that we're able to help each other. And I think as teachers, as a profession, this is very important. So I've got some references if you're interested, and I wanted to thank you. And do we have time for questions, or we do? Okay. So we have just a few minutes for questions. If anyone would like to ask a question or two, and I will try to solve all of your problems.
All right, Sandy.
I'll be happy to make the slides available. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
There's one question in the back.
He did nothing. He just kept. Professor Stevik. He just kept going. This is another way to deal with your stress: is you pretend it's not there, right? That was what he did.
I like that. All right.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe. So before Joe started, I said, "Let the academic fun begin." I wasn't wrong, right? Yes. Joe, can you come on stage, please? So thank you for a very fun keynote and engaging. I think everybody agrees. One more round of applause. Thank you, Joe. Now, I have to invite Rana to honor Joe for this great keynote. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, now he found the right spot. There we go. All right, I have an announcement to make. So I see many of you are taking pictures. It's been great, yes. If you are taking pictures and posting them online, please do not forget to tag us, TEFL Kuwait, on Instagram or on our social media. Thank you. And now we have to move out of this hall to our concurrent sessions. We'll have the opportunity for more academic fun. Please enjoy, and we'll see you after the break as well.
All right. First of all, I would like to welcome you all. Thank you so much for joining. And I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Christina. and she is the research coordinator and acting director at the Center for Education Innovation, Zayed University.
Wrong, Christine.
Oh.
I'm
I'm sorry. Because they are both here, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah.
sorry.
Just get her bio. Oh, she doesn't have it. Oh, here. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, doctor.
No problem.
Sorry, Christine, I'm so sorry. Yeah, since the morning we're trying to clarify. All right. Again, Dr. Christine Kong has a PhD in foreign second language education from The Ohio State University. She is currently an associate professor of general studies at the Higher College of Technology. Christine has published over 60 books in various topics in TESOL and ELT. Dr. Kong serves as the editor of language teaching research and as the editor of the Scopus Indexed brief report section of the Asia TEFL Journal, 2016 to present. During her 32 years in the Middle East, she has won many awards: the 2002 SPAN Fellowship for Research in Second Foreign Language Assessment, 2002-2003 TEFL Outstanding Young Scholar Award, TEFL Board Grant for 2000 and 2004, 2005, 6, 2007, and 8, and 2009-10 for delivering assessment literacy training in developing countries. She served on the TESOL Board of Directors as Convention Chair for Tampa 2006 and was the recipient of the Challengers of Teacher of Year Award for 2003-2004. She served as TESOL International Association President 2011-2012. Christine served the British Council's International Assessment Award for 2013 and was named to TESOL's 50 at 50, which recognizes professionals who have made significant contributions to the TESOL profession within the past 50 years. Dr. Kong is the 2018 recipient of James E. Atlas Award, which recognizes exemplary service to TESOL. Her most recent honor was being named to the U.S. Department of State's 30 at 30 English language specialists in 2021. This list recognizes ALPSs who have made an impact on the teaching and training of English language teachers around the world in the last 30 years. In 2024, she was elected to the TEFL Board of Trustees and is the current president of English Language Testing Society. Let's warmly welcome Dr. Christine.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Happy to be here with you. I think this is my 5th TEFL Kuwait conference. Happy to be with you for this one as well. I'm here to talk about one of my favorite topics, and that's becoming a teacher researcher, all right? And I think that the two things in my subtitle are going to be what I spend the most time on: finding your niche in research and also getting published. I think that's something that is on everybody's mind these days. Now, before I begin, let's think about whether or not we are already teacher researchers. And I think the answers to some questions is going to be obvious. So, in an article written by Hayo Reindersen way back in 2020, Hayo questioned that if you're a teacher who, let's say, uses a variety of methods in your classrooms, a variety of materials in your classrooms. Do we have anybody here who tries to use different methods and methodologies and materials? And if you, after you use those different methods and methodologies, if you try to evaluate their effectiveness, do you do that? If you reflect on your teaching and whether or not it worked, how it could get better, etc. Anybody do reflection? Even though I feel with all of the increased teaching load, increased student numbers, increased administrivia that we do, I find that oftentimes I have less time for reflection because I'm quite frankly too tired to reflect after the fact. But if you do all of those things, Hayo says, guess what? You're already a teacher researcher. So I think that many people, and I don't know why you're here, what your motivation is in coming to this session. Are you already a researcher, perhaps, and you might want to get published more? Are you thinking about getting into research and you don't know where to start? Are you a doctoral student and you want to, have a more effective pathway to doing what we're all doing? Then whatever your motivation is, I hope there's going to be something for you in the next 30 or so minutes that I have with you. So the next thing I want to talk about is the difference between teacher research engagement in and with research. Now, I can safely say that you all classify or you qualify being engaged with research, because teachers who are engaged with research, they're the ones that they do some reading, maybe a journal article, or maybe they read a newsletter of a professional association that has articles that are research informed, based on research, but not actually through the collection of data. If you're engaged in research, it means you take that necessary next step and you actually engage with primary research, and that's where you collect the data. So do we have any students who are currently, or any people here who are currently doctoral students engaged in doing your oh, only one or two? Okay. So of course, you are depending where you're at in the whole doctoral process, you're engaged in research. That's where you actually collect data, analyze it, and draw conclusions from that data. So being research engaged with and in research are two different things, but both are important for your development as teacher researchers because they're both valuable forms of professional development. Now let's talk about some of the realities of research. Now, if you've come for this session because you think that I've got some secrets to share with you, and you're going to learn that this is not going to be a difficult process because, sorry, okay, anybody here, how many here think that they're already established researchers? They've been doing research for, let's say, 5, maybe 10 years. Okay, all right, a fair number. So don't take my word for it. Maybe you can give me your opinion. So to be research engaged in and with, is it an easy process? Is it ever going to be an easy process? No matter if we have AI to help us now? Okay, good. But if I ask you, is it a valuable process? I'm sure you're all going to say yes. Because usually, if we don't find something valuable, we kind of do it once, we get the doctoral dissertation or thesis out of the way, and then we never engage with it again. So it is a valuable process, but it's not going to be easy. And you are never going to feel like you have enough time because, like it or not, our jobs aren't going away, and the trend that I've seen in the last 30 some odd years is not where things are getting easier for us, especially with technology. Things are getting more difficult for us, basically. We've got higher student numbers in our classes because, hey, with online teaching, you don't have to have a number of, electrical outlets to plug in laptops. You can, during the pandemic, my institution, got rid of many teachers. Instead of having 20 students in our classes, we had 60. Because online, you don't have to count. And that when we went back, they dropped it to 50. That wasn't working. Now it's down to 40, and now we're at 30. So who knows when we'll have decent sized classes again? Will it take another 5 years to realize that the optimum number for us is like 15 to 20? So being research engaged with and in research is an important first step, but also we need to take into consideration the realities. Now, one interesting statistic in my research in this area comes to us from Alan Malley, and I'm sure many of you have heard of him and his work. He basically said only a small percentage of teachers are research engaged and stay in research for the long term. Now, like Joe's statistic earlier this morning from Nation about how many words a student needs to know when he said a high number, again, Alan Malley did not say what a small percentage meant. But if you think of your own department, and I want you to think of how many people are in your department, and then how many people have actually been engaged in research for the long term. And I think that would mean maybe 5 years or more. I think of my department, it has 20 people, only 3 of us fit that qualification. So that is kind of a small percentage, right? So I think he's right there. So I think one of the biggest questions I get is from people because the first step in the research process is to find a topic, to find a research question that you feel is researchable or is of value in terms of the research community. So finding your niche is one thing that I think is worthy of investigation. So I'm going to ask the people who raise your hand, I know 3 of you are here. Could you tell me how you found your niche in research? Maybe I should start with, have you found your niche? I know you 3 have, but maybe some of the rest of you have not. Can I ask you, Christina?
When we're talking about classroom-based research, it's usually a challenge that I may be facing with the students I have in my class. So it's a challenge, I need to resolve it, and then I design classroom intervention to see, does it work, doesn't it work, should I do something?
Thank you. Shadia?
I like to always read. I read a lot, and I tend to have a vision. So I'm looking into what's could be next, what's happening, what's the gap, and from there I kind of try what's happening, what can we do better. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you?
Combine my specialty with my hobbies. So something I know that I specialize in and I enjoy very much. So for example, for me, I'm an English professor, but also I love photography, so that's kind of like a my thing.
Interesting. If I were to ask people who had doctorates, does your current research niche match what your doctoral dissertation or thesis topic is all those years ago? All right, so that is also a trend. Now, for most doctoral students, your first research niche is usually going to be the topic of your doctoral thesis or dissertation, whatever that is, and that's my pathway. In fact, if I look back on my main interests in a doctoral program, they were more like culture teaching and global education. But then I hit upon the idea to do a dissertation on self-assessment. And that decision changed my life because I graduated with a PhD in an assessment-related field. And at that time, if you knew anything about testing, you could not escape it, even if you wanted to. And this, I sound like I'm being disrespectful for that because being associated with assessment was a career definer for me. In fact, back in the day, they used to call me things like Miss Testing, or my favorite, the Testing Queen, which I kind of liked. But I became so associated with testing and assessment, that's all anybody ever asked me to present on. And thank you, Rana, thank you, committee, for not inviting me to speak on assessment. Not that I don't think assessment is important, but it's also good to spread your wings, isn't it? To kind of be engaged in different topics. So even though I owe a lot of my career to testing and assessment, I feel that I have gone way beyond that in terms of my interests. And my interests now are a wide variety of different things. So the question I ask is, do you find your research niche, or does your niche find you? So I don't know how to answer that question in my own capacity, But I think for me, my career has been on a series of kind of lucky breaks throughout the year that were unplanned by me, but turned out to work in my favor. And now that I look back upon them, I'm thankful that things like this happened. Now, the research out there says, if you want to find your niche in research, one of the things you can do was what you had mentioned. Think about your interests. Think about what you're passionate about, what you have questions about, what you want to learn about. So I'd like you to take a minute or so to talk with the person next to you and think about what either your interests, your passions, what you most want to learn about. Okay, then we'll come back together and discuss a few of your ideas. And unlike Joe, I don't have a cool slide with the hand, so I'm just going to give you the hand, okay? Face-to-face version. Okay, over to you. What? Okay, scratch that. I only have 5 minutes left. I'm so sorry. Okay, one or two quick responses. Okay, sorry about that. Well, that was an awfully quick comment. It's okay, no problem. No problem. Could we have just one volunteer? Interests? Yes, Sandy.
Yeah, I'm really interested, of course, in public speaking and communication, but I'm interested in it in the terms of how to keep students engaged in the classroom. Student engagement to me is a big one. In whatever digital age or whatever mode we're using. And for me, I think using public speaking to keep them engaged is very effective. So,
especially our students in this part of the world, they like talking.
Yes.
All right, thank you. My apologies for cutting that short. Hopefully during lunch I'll get to talk to some of you. So getting published, the next big area of interest. You are also lucky because back in my day, when I first started in the field, there were maybe like 5 journals that everybody published in, and they were all high quality. But now there's so many journal opportunities that you can find. You know, you want to be careful though, because the increased number of journals means that there's the potential you get involved with a predatory journal. That's the topic of another presentation altogether. So for getting published, choose your journal wisely. Make sure you look at various copies. If you're unsure of whether your article might fit within the scope, send the editor a quick email and they'll give you an answer. So I have some tips for success that I want to go through. The first is organization. Organization is so important on 3 different levels. First of all, I'm a big student of productivity and organizational research, and one finding that I discovered is that if you want to truly be considered an organized person, you have to be able to find, well, something, whether it be a file on your laptop, a pair of shoes in your closet, or your stapler in your desk. You need to be able to find what you need in 15 seconds. Isn't that a high bar? In fact, I can't even get out of a chair and walk to my closet in 15 seconds. So think about this. So you have to be organized in that way. And one of the things I'm looking at now are my own organizational strategies. Second level is how do you organize your scholarly work? Well, I usually work with my colleague, and she's like way younger than me and really organized and techie. So when we work together, I let her do the computer connected to the screen, and we draft things and move things around that way. And the other day, I was watching her find the 3rd version of some book chapter we started writing 2 years ago. And I looked at, she was clicking here, there, and I was trying to figure out her pathway, thinking maybe if she had a better system, I could adopt it. And I couldn't figure, so I said, Lana, how are you finding these things? And she said, well, first I look at, and then the title of the document was Paper Version 3, which was not at all, I didn't think that was descriptive enough. So she said, well, first I do this, then I think about, we presented this at a conference in 2002, so I look under the year, and I thought, you know, for me, like one of the 2 things you're going to lose, and that's your eyesight and your memory. I can't even remember what I presented at conferences in January, much less a few years ago. So I'm now thinking about, could there be an app? Maybe we need to invent an app to help us keep track of projects. How do we, and I'd be curious to hear how you all do it. For me, it's just a folder on publications, and then sometimes I write, testing paper with Peter Davidson, and that's how I find it, or intercultural chapter for Hamza's book. And I kind of understand it, but I'd like to get more organized in that way. So think about organization now when you're just getting started, so that when you're down the road, because if you want to do publication, your career is not going to let you do one journal article, because how long does it take to get a journal article published from start to finish? Like 3 years if you're lucky, and if it's a good journal, it could be even more. A book could be even longer. So you are going to have to, by necessity, work on different projects at different stages at different times. So you have to have a way to manage that. And if you're going to be the leader of a project, you also need to have a way to organize things. Now, I'm going to draw on our book together that the three of us worked on. Christina and I co-edited a book a number of years ago, and I'd like to say how I liked your organizational style, because she was not the type of person that would send all these emails, like 30 emails a week about one thing. She would send one email, it would have all the information, so that when we received an email from her, we knew it was important and we opened it. So think about your organizational style if you're going to be the lead on a publication. And nowadays, one of the other tips for success I have is collaboration. I have learned so much about collaboration, but as our students say, it could have a double-edged sword for people who are collaborating and you're on the promotion track. One of the things I've noticed is, 1 minute. Or is that stop, please? 1 more minute. So one of the things you have to know if you're going up for promotion, you can't just be one of 5 authors. Promotion committees look for single-authored things, and they don't want to give credit for anything where you're further down the list as second or third author. And now I've noticed journals are sending emails saying, did you really write this part of a thing, and what percentage of the article are you responsible for? So yeah, people are cracking down in ways that I find disturbing. So I have 2 more strategies for success. If you find yourself involved in a project that you don't like, even if it's your doctoral dissertation, cut and run. There is nothing more painful than getting involved in what could be a 3 to 4 year project on a topic that you find totally boring. I got involved, I'm not going to tell you the book, with someone editing a book on a topic, and I thought, this will be a good learning experience, and it was, because I learned that these articles were on a topic that I found to be excruciating to edit. It was so boring, plus they were 8,000 words minimum, so they were way longer than they needed to be. And as luck would have it, the publishers really liked the book, and when I thought the 3 years was over, then they said, we need a volume 2. And I had to go through another 3-year stint of reading things I didn't really want to do. So do not get involved in something. Cut your losses even if you've spent a number of months or even a year on something. You'll thank me in the end. And finally, my biggest recommendation to you is if you're a doctoral student or a recent graduate, one of my biggest career regrets in the publishing world is the fact that I did not publish my dissertation. All right, I got a job in the Gulf right after I graduated, and life took over and I never really got back. I did replicate it and then publish it with different groups of students, but the thing I spent like 2 years on and was so careful with never really saw the light of day in terms of publication. So hopefully, I know that I'm going to have to stop here in a minute. Hopefully I've given you some food for thought on how to find a publication niche and how to get your work published. So with that, I think we probably don't have time for questions, but I'm happy to answer any at lunch if you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christine. Invaluable tips and recommendations, very needed. And reminders of me, I have 7 different projects on my plate, and those are great reminders. Thank you. I invite you, Dr. Christine, and invite Mr. Anna to honor you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Where am I going? Oh.
On stage, please.
Okay.
Ashen as well. Come on stage. Thank you.
We're going over here.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that
just
spot
avoid
is
the
to the very end, I guess.
Well, it's an honor, Christine, to give you something like.
Oh.
It's never enough, to be honest.
Thank you.
You've
I
been
have
such
a
big
good collection
supporter.
of these. Thank you.
Thank you so much for
Thank
everything,
you.
for all your support.
Great work.
always.
Thank you, as usual.
All right, I have one announcement. We heard some of you do not know about TEFL Kuwait. Please, I invite you to go on our website, www.teflkuwait.com.
Just keep it
and
with you, otherwise
it's
you will
free.
find it.
Become a member. Thank you. And right now we're moving to have a lunch break.
No, not lunch break.
No.
Conference sessions.
Oh, okay, sorry, got it wrong. So
12:45.
we have another round of concurrent sessions. Please, F104.
F104 means F section, sorry.
All right, concurrent sessions in halls E and hall F. Thank you, and then we'll see you in the lunch break. Thank you very much. How's your lunch? I have to say, I have never seen this much food anywhere that I've been around the world. Like, yes, amazing food. So we've been enriching our minds and our tummies. Yummy, yummy food. All right, our next keynote of the day is Dr. Christina Chitsaki. Dr. Christina, please, the floor is yours. Before that, we have Ocean's going to be introducing you. And I will announce that after Dr. Christina's keynote, we have a very interesting panel, which you will be also taking part of. I'll ask you to remain seated. Thank you very much. Please help me welcome Dr. Christina. And Ocean, please introduce her. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's your tiny little conference coordinator. Hi, conference chair. As long as you can see me, it works out well. But you should be able to hear me, that's more important. Okay. So we have Professor Dr. Christina Chitsaki with us, who is the research coordinator and at the Center of Education Innovation at Zayed University. And she's also the acting director at the Center of Education Innovation at Zayed University, UAE as well. In the past, she has served as the UNESCO Chair in Applied Research in Education in the UAE, and later as the Associate Dean of Foundation Programs at the Higher Education College of Technology, UAE. Prior to coming to UAE, she has worked at the University of Queensland in Australia. She has also worked with the Educational Queensland and the Learning Federation of Curriculum Cooperation in Australia on state and federal education projects. At the CIE, she oversees scholarships of teaching and learning or courses, the development of resources for research, and provides advice and mentorship to faculty who are interested in engaging in research on teaching and learning. Dr. Christina, we welcome you. Thank you so much. It's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for a lovely introduction. Let me just start and then balance my iPad. Okay, so yes, I also want to say that that was one of the most amazing lunch spreads that I've seen at a conference for quite a while. So thank you to the organizing committee for that. Of course, it goes without saying that it is a distinct honor to be part of the TEFL Kuwait Spring International Conference this year. And I'd like to thank the organizing committee and the president, Rana Khan, for providing me with this opportunity. Now, the conference theme, 21st Century Language Teaching, Challenges, Opportunities, and Solutions, is not just a topic for discussion. I consider it to be a call to action. So as we navigate the rapidly evolving landscape of education, one thing is clear. Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept, something that belongs to Star Trek or Star Wars. It is actually here. It is with us, and it is already transforming the way we teach and the way we learn English. So in my session today, we will consider the use of AI tools. I will go through a different number of AI tools and give a short description of what they do and how we can use them for language instruction, for learning, for assessment. We will also discuss how AI can enhance student engagement, personalize learning paths, and evolve assessment practices. We will also have a look at the challenges that AI presents. And finally, we will also look at a roadmap for educators, for researchers, for policymakers, and I will try and share some recommendations. So let us begin by reflecting on the journey that has brought us here. The development of AI has been nothing short of revolutionary. From the first chess-playing program in 1956 to the creation of ChatGPT 4 in 2023, AI has evolved from a theoretical concept to a practical tool that is reshaping industries, including education. So in 1956, the first chess-playing program was created, marking the beginning of AI's potential to simulate human intelligence. In 1966, the first chatbot, Eliza, was developed by MIT to simulate a conversation with a psychotherapist, and it showcased AI's ability to engage in human-like conversation. In 2011, Apple released Siri, a voice-activated personal assistant, and in that way, it ushered AI into our daily lives. Apple users out there? Yeah? And in 2023, ChatGPT, GPT-4, revolutionized conversational AI with its multimodal capabilities, making it a powerful tool for language learning and teaching. Now, looking at this timeline, we can see that for the first 55 years of the 70-year-old history of AI, progress was rather slow. It took quite a few years for the next step to happen. In contrast, the last 15 years have been the most innovative, and currently AI is doubling its capabilities every 6 months, making it even impossible for us to look far into the future. Now, these milestones are not just historical footnotes. They are the building blocks of the AI-driven world we live in. And as educators, we must understand and we must harness this technology in order to enhance our teaching practices. Now, AI is not just one technology. It's not like back in the 90s when the World Wide Web came into our life and into our classrooms. AI is really a collection of different tools. The key characteristic of AI is its ability to learn, to reason, and most importantly, to adapt. Its adaptability is a particularly useful feature in the field of language learning, and we will soon see how that happens. Now, before we consider the opportunities that AI creates for us, I would like to survey your attitudes towards AI. Currently, educators fall among these three attitudinal categories. Some of us are super eager to use the AI tools and explore as many tools as possible, and we rush into AI without always fully understanding the consequences. So how many of you belong to this eager category? Okay, quite a few. I guess if you didn't, you wouldn't be in this session. Now, some of us are not at all happy that AI has infiltrated our classrooms, is changing the way our students learn. At my university, we conducted last year a faculty survey on faculty use and attitudes towards AI, and we found we have about 15% of faculty who do hold negative attitudes towards AI, mostly driven by concerns about academic integrity and the risk of students suffering from cognitive offloading. Now, how many of you fall into the category of unhappy people towards AI? Not many, which kind of verifies the results that we got when we surveyed our faculty. Finally, there are many of us who are skeptics. We're just waiting on the sidelines, observing what happens, how others are using AI in the classroom, until we consider that it is time for us to use, or whether it is time for us to use any or some of the AI tools. Any skeptics in the room? Somehow most of them sat on this side. Now, there's no right or wrong attitude. There are pros and cons with each of these attitudes towards AI. The eager adopters may end up turning their lessons into app-smashing sessions, going through this tool and that app and that platform, losing sight of the learning objectives of their lesson. This is actually typical in every technological revolution. I saw this happen during the iPad initiative in the UAE in 2012. We gave iPads to the hands of 19,000 faculty and students in the foundational programs across the federal institutions in the UAE. And when we went to the classrooms, we found that the teachers were jumping from one app to the other, because they could do such fun things and engaging things with the students. They actually lost track of what it was that they were supposed to teach. It took 6 months before they managed to actually harness their excitement and then refocus their teaching on the learning objectives and then minimize their use of apps to the 2 or 3 that were actually helping them teach those learning objectives. On the other hand, those who refuse to accept that AI is now part of our life, there is no turning back. They are missing out on great opportunities to take advantage of the different AI tools. Finally, the skeptics will find themselves facing a losing battle, because they will not be able to figure out everything about AI before they give it a go, before they try it. AI evolves in such a high speed, by the time you think you have figured it out, it has already changed. Research was done and was shown that educators have ambivalent feelings about AI. They can see how AI can make things easier for them, especially helping them design teaching materials, grade assessments. However, they're also worried about what we call now cognitive offloading, a new term that has entered our vocabulary, as students mindlessly copy answers from the AI and paste them into their assignments, rather than use their own creativity and critical thinking. Educational institutions are facing a sort of an existential crisis as they question the value of their programs and the value of the degrees that they confer in a world with AI. And of course, the big question in each teacher's mind: will AI replace educators? Are we going to be out of a job? Will educational institutions become obsolete? And I don't have an answer for that. But we need to really look at advantages and challenges and opportunities with AI, and we need to look at our fears and hopes a little bit more closely. So AI offers a wealth of opportunities for English language learning. And let me take you through some of the most exciting applications. AI has the unique ability to adapt to individual students' learning styles, paces, and proficiency levels. Platforms like Duolingo, Rosetta Stone, tailor lessons based on user performance, providing customized exercises and feedback. Now, these apps are not new. They've been in existence, or we've been using them, and learners have been using them for quite a while. However, now they are AI-powered, and they're fully adaptive. Imagine a student struggling with the passive voice. An AI platform can identify this weakness and then provide targeted exercises to help the student improve, all while adapting the difficulty level as the student gets better in the use of passive voice. AI tools are available anytime, anywhere. Chatbots like Mondly and Andy allow learners to practice English outside of the traditional classroom hours, extending the learning place and the learning time. So a student can practice conversational English with a chatbot at midnight, probably when they're the most active and alert, and then receive instant feedback, and then continue learning without the constraints of a fixed classroom schedule. These days, Replica can also help a student create their own unique AI companion and then have chats with that companion that sees the world as they do. How engaging would that be to the language learner, having a chat companion that has matching views with them? One of the most powerful features of AI is its ability to provide instant corrections on grammar, pronunciation, and vocabulary. Tools like Grammarly, ProWriting, Aid, and Quillbot offer real-time suggestions, helping students improve on the spot. So a student writing an essay can use Grammarly to receive instant feedback on their use of grammar, on their style, writing style, and then allows them to refine the writing in real time. AI platforms like Studiosity can also provide an AI tutor to each and every student to help them improve their academic writing. At my university, we do have an institutional subscription to Grammarly, and faculty and students are encouraged to use it. And we are preparing to launch a pilot with Studiosity for one of our academic writing courses. Gamification and interactive exercises powered by AI can make learning English more engaging. And we saw from Joe's talk this morning how motivation is an issue, and anything that can help us motivate and engage students is very welcome. There are numerous AI-powered platforms, Kahoot, Memrise, Quizlet, Quizzes AI, that can help students keep focused and motivated. Again, Kahoot, Memrise, Quizlet, these are all apps that everybody has been using for quite some time now. Going to conferences, teaching conferences, you cannot but sit in numerous presentations about using Kahoot in teaching. However, now these apps are on steroids because they are AI-powered. So they're even better. AI-powered speech recognition tools like Elsa Speak can provide detailed feedback on accent and pronunciation, helping the students perfect their speech. For example, a student can practice pronouncing difficult words or difficult English sounds with Elsa Speak and receive instant feedback on their accuracy and intonation. I mean, I wish I had that when I was learning English. Perhaps I would have gotten rid of my foreign accent. SpeechLink is an AI-powered tool for improving speaking and listening skills. It provides feedback from native speakers and generates AI-driven practice exercises. Linguist focuses on vocabulary building and pronunciation. Its AI adapts to the learner's level and provides targeted practice. AI can also enhance students' reading and listening comprehension. AI tools can recommend readings that are suitable to the level of the individual student. They can track the student's vocabulary as it develops, provide translations, add subtitles and translations to language learning videos. For example, LinkQ uses AI to recommend content based on the learner's level, but also interests, so personalizing content for them. It tracks the learner's vocabulary and provides translations and explanations as needed. ReadLang is an AI-powered tool that helps learners read and translate texts in English. It tracks their progress and generates activities for vocabulary practice. And VoiceTube, which is the one at the far left, offers video-based learning with AI-generated subtitles and translations, and then provides quizzes and exercises to reinforce learning. AI can also help students expand the vocabulary and understand translations. For example, Deep Learning Translator, DeepL Translator, is an AI-powered translation tool that provides accurate and context-aware translations. It helps the learners in this way understand the nuances in language. Anki is an AI-driven spaced repetition software to help the students memorize and also commit new vocabulary into the long-term memory. It generates customizable flashcards that adapt to the learner's progress. And the last one, Lingui, I don't really know how to pronounce that, but it is an AI-powered dictionary and translation tool that provides examples of words and phrases used in context. Now, AI can also analyze student performance data to identify strengths and weaknesses and enable us to provide targeted interventions. AI-powered learning management system, LMSs, track progress and provide, of course, actionable insights to us, the teachers. So a teacher can use an AI-powered LMS to identify students who are struggling with reading comprehension, and then the teacher can actually provide resources or remedial teaching to help the students address this gap. Now, Cadmus is an AI-powered platform that targets academic writing, and through the data it collects and the analytics that it provides the instructors can help them ascertain how much of the written assignment is the original work of the student, how much was just copied and pasted from generative AI, how much was copied and pasted from generative AI, but then modified by the student. And Cadmus can also detect contract cheating, which was quite prevalent during COVID. So contract cheating is when students outsource their assignments to be written by someone else, usually by providing money to them. So Cadmus can actually provide evidence if an assignment that has been submitted by the student has actually been produced by someone other than the student. So at my university, again, we're piloting this platform with one of our courses, our academic writing courses this spring. So maybe next year at this conference, I can actually share the results with you. Now, while the opportunities that AI presents are exciting, we must also acknowledge the challenges. AI, as you know, is not a magic wand. It comes with its own set of limitations and risks. So let's explore some of the key challenges. AI cannot yet replicate the nuances of human communication, such as empathy, cultural context, and spontaneous conversation, although it's getting much better at that. So over-reliance on AI may hinder the development of students' intercultural communication skills. So a student who only interacts with AI chatbots may struggle to engage in real-life conversations where tone, body language, and cultural nuances play a significant role. I read somewhere, I could not pinpoint it so I can share it with you, but I read somewhere that interacting with Alexa, which is the chat bot that allows you to do things around the house, like choose your music, ask about the weather, set an alarm. So interacting with Alexa was found to promote the overuse of imperatives and the underuse of polite language features. So a whole generation of people are growing up thinking that the best way to ask someone to do something is to use the imperative. AI may struggle with idiomatic expressions or cultural nuances, leading to misinterpretations. And if AI misinterprets, then it provides the wrong feedback to the students. So an AI tool might misinterpret the phrase break a leg to mean something literal, rather than understanding it to be a wish for good luck. There are also technical limitations. AI tools require robust infrastructure, including good, reliable, and fast internet access, as well as fast devices, which may not be available, of course, to all. So the digital divide could exclude underserved populations from accessing AI-driven education. Students may become overly reliant on AI tools, potentially neglecting critical thinking and creativity, and resulting, as we just called it, into cognitive offloading, and what's stopping them from then becoming, suffering from cognitive atrophy. So if they don't use those critical thinking skills, they're probably going to lose them. So balancing AI use with traditional teaching methods is essential. A student who relies solely on AI-generated essay suggestions and following what AI suggests might actually never get a chance to develop their own writing style and to use their own creativity and critical thinking skills. And of course, we must also carefully consider that AI systems collect vast amounts of student data, raising concerns about privacy and data misuse. So ensuring compliance with data protection regulations is critical. Every time a teacher uploads a student assignment on ChatGPT to get it graded or to receive feedback or to have it summarized, that student assignment becomes part of AI's database. And of course, this raises ethical and privacy concerns. Now, recently, the European Union has just brought out a comprehensive set of policies around privacy and security in a world with AI. And they are always the first ones to provide the restrictions and the limitations. So if you're looking for a set of guidelines on how to protect students' privacy, look at the European Union. Now, acquiring and maintaining AI-powered tools can also be expensive. Integrating them into existing curricula requires significant effort, but also expertise, which can also be costly. And schools might struggle to find the budget that is needed to purchase AI tools or subscriptions to AI tools, or train the teachers on how to use them effectively. AI systems can inherit biases from the training data, leading to unfair or inaccurate assessments. For example, an AI tool trained on data from predominantly Western sources might struggle to understand or accurately assess and provide feedback for non-Western accents or dialects. So ensuring fairness and inclusivity in AI-driven language learning tools is crucial. So where do we go from here? The answer lies in a balanced approach that combines both AI tools with traditional teaching methods. So here are some key strategies. We must rethink our assessment practices. We can adopt a two-lane approach to assessment, where some tasks are secured, supervised, excluding AI, and some tasks are open, unsupervised, and make AI available to students. So in a secured assessment, students might complete a writing task under exam conditions or under supervision without AI assistance. And in an open assessment, students could use the AI to brainstorm ideas or edit the final product, but they would need to, of course, critically evaluate AI's suggestions. So alternating between these two assessment approaches ensures that students develop both independent thinking and the ability to collaborate with AI, and both of those are needed, not only in education, but also in the workplace. There are assessment frameworks to help educators figure out how much or how little AI can or should be used in an assessment, and what evidence is required for each level of AI use. At my university, we have provided this framework to our faculty, and they found it quite useful in helping them make decisions about their students' use of AI for different tasks in their courses. At my university, we also have taken steps to help our faculty rethink and redesign assessments for their courses, because we can see that ignoring or banning AI completely from an assessment may work at the time, but it's not really a long-term solution. So looking into the future, rethinking and redesigning assessments to work in a world with AI is a much better strategy that can provide long-term solutions to assessing student learning. This is an example of modifying an activity about writing an argumentative essay. And it is modified to include the use of AI by students. So the teacher would give the topic of the argumentative essay to the student, and then the student would use the AI to have a debate on that topic. And then they would use the dialogue that was generated with AI to help them write an argumentative essay, evaluating both their position and also that of AI. We also provided our faculty with specific guidelines they can share with their students on how to engage with AI for an assessment task. For example, students can complete certain stages of the assessment, such as planning, brainstorming, drafting, or editing, under supervision. So not necessarily under exam conditions, but in person and as part of classwork. Students can be asked to retain copies of their work, the work they completed along the way, and teachers can then compare their work to the final product. Teachers can discuss the work with their students, resembling a little bit of a viva. Discussing the submitted assignment with the student makes it easier to ascertain whether the student has actually written the work or whether they had outsourced it. Teachers are also encouraged to lean on formative rather than summative assessment, and in this way provide more opportunities to students to demonstrate their own knowledge. And finally, teachers are advised to provide their students with clear guidelines for how to acknowledge the use of generative AI tools. Students might include links to chat transcripts. They may provide copies of the prompts they use to generate content. They may take screenshots or a simple acknowledgement of the app that they used. Another set of guidelines for the use of generative AI created for students has been put together by Sue Beckingham and Peter Hartley. They called it the Generative AI Checklist. It is a checklist, but also the acronym stands for each step on the checklist. So students are encouraged to clarify the learning objectives so they know what they want to achieve from the use of AI. Students should hone their requests from generative AI by making their questions as focused and specific as possible. They have to evaluate the responses that they get from AI and then cross-check the responses with other sources. Students need to expand their knowledge by using what AI generated only as a starting point, and then try to gain more insights by going to other sources. They need to link concepts and connect ideas. They need to implement AI responsibly and maintain a balance. And students should use generative AI to develop more effective study skills and learning habits. So instead of ending up with cognitive atrophy, they are recommending that they're using AI to specifically improve their study skills. And of course, finally, track their progress. So these are some good strategies for students to make the most of their use of AI, maximizing benefits and minimizing drawbacks. Finally, teachers need to remind students that relying solely on generative AI can hinder deep learning and comprehension. It is important to maintain a balanced approach, leveraging AI as supplementary tools rather than substitutes. Now, let's look at some specific recommendations as we go forward. Both teachers and students need to understand how AI creates output. They need to recognize potential biases, and they need to develop the confidence to actually challenge what AI generates. So not accept AI output at face value. Prompt engineering and critical thinking are essential skills. Teachers can train students to craft effective prompts for AI tools, ensuring that the AI generates useful and relevant content. And in my university, starting from last September, we actually created a course on how to use AI that all first-year students have to take as part of their study program. We must also educate students on the ethical use of AI and the importance of original work. AI should be a supplement, not a substitute for human creativity and effort. In terms of best practices for using AI for academic writing, teachers can combine AI with human feedback. For example, tools like Cadmus, Studiosity, and Feedback Fruits allow the teacher to decide whether the feedback is only from AI or only from the teacher, or it is generated by AI and then reviewed and modified by the teacher before it is shown to the student. We also need to continue to teach critical thinking and emphasize the importance of understanding AI suggestions rather than blindly accepting them. As teachers, we must also focus on process, not just on product, and quite a few of the sessions this morning have pointed to that. Use AI to guide students through the writing process, from brainstorming to revision, rather than polishing the final draft. In terms of research, we need to do more intervention studies and systematic research on the use of AI in language teaching. Beyond surveys and app reviews, we must explore how AI can be effectively integrated into curricula. We need to gather direct and indirect evidence, quantitative and qualitative data, to enhance our understanding of the impact of AI on student learning and to provide really valuable insights to the teachers. We also need to make sure our findings are shared fast. In a previous session, Dr. Christine said, very rightly so, sometimes it takes 2 to 3 years to get your paper published. However, any research involving AI or the use of AI for teaching and learning, if the results are older than 6 months, by the time you get them, they're already irrelevant. So there have to be different ways to share those findings with the community. In conclusion, AI is not just a tool, it is a transformative force in education, but it is not a silver bullet. The future of English language teaching relies on a balanced approach that leverages the strengths of AI while addressing, of course, its limitations. As educators, we must remain curious, adaptable, and willing to experiment with new technologies. Those who embrace AI will lead the way, while those who resist risk being left behind. And the same message was reiterated time and time again today in the different presentations. As the saying goes, innovation does not wait for those who wait to take action. This is a message for all those skeptics out there. So let us take action for the benefit of our students and for the future of language education. Thank you. And I think we do have some minutes for questions. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, you were specifically about Cadmus. How accurate, Cadmus, yeah, how accurate is that? Because AI is developing so incredibly fast. Is it accurate for ChatGPT 4.0 or for the older models?
So these platforms are not apps that were created and then at some point they have to be updated. They are AI powered. Can you hear me?
Yes.
They are AI powered. It means as AI changes, those platforms also change. In terms of accuracy, and this is a pain for us in the at least in the higher education institutions, assignments, assessment that involve academic writing have been now, how can I say, they've become a joke because we know the students are cheating. They're using ChatGPT or other Gen AI tools to generate the content, but we don't have a tool to provide us with a hard evidence because Turnitin and Safe Assign will only bring evidence for plagiarism. Turnitin says, oh yes, we also have a tool for detecting generative AI text, but they don't. It's just they give you conclusions such as possibly generated with AI, may have been generated with AI. And when you have such inconclusive statements, you can't really penalize a student or tell them that you cheated, go do it again. So Cadmus has a different approach altogether. It actually does metrics. When the student builds their assignment on the platform, it measures how fast they are developing the assignment to provide evidence on whether they're just copying and pasting, or whether the student is being smart, they have the generated text on one device and they're typing it on the platform. So it is able to measure speeds at how fast the text develops on the platform and then provides evidence, numerical evidence, that will allow the teacher to sit down with the student and say, I think you used AI to write this, or you used AI to write this, but you did not work with it enough, you did not modify it enough for me to accept it. And as I said, also, it tracks a document. When you do contract cheating, a document gets generated at somebody else's computer, and then the IP address goes along with the document. Sometimes they find that the person that was contracted for writing the assignment hired somebody else to write it in another country. And that person hired yet somebody else to write it in another country. And an assignment can provide 3 or 4 IP addresses in different countries. And that, again, is hard evidence that that assignment has been written by someone or a group of other people. So I led the committee at the university that wrote our AI policy. And what we found was it was very hard to come up with absolute rules of what you're allowed, not allowed to do with AI. Because as soon as you write those rules, AI changes, and what you can do with it also changes. So the most we can do right now is provide guidelines and then allow the faculty, based on the discipline, based on the subject area, based on the tasks and the assessments that they have for their course, decide to what extent AI can or should be used and for what tasks. For example, if I'm teaching academic writing, I definitely don't want students accessing AI to generate the assignment because it defeats the purpose of the course. If generative AI writes the essay, the students will never learn how to write an academic essay. But if I'm teaching journalism that involves writing, but I'm more concentrating on the language features to produce a piece in a specific style, let the students generate that text with generative AI and then notice the linguistic features that are responsible for a specific rhetorical style. And that is knowledge that the student can gain from using AI. So in both courses, writing, English writing is the subject area, but what you do with it differs, and therefore the approach on how to, or whether you should use AI also differs.
We have one more question over there.
Thank you very much for your speech. It was amazing and very practical, even though it was theoretical at the same time. I would connect to what you just said about the policy, whether it's a school, college, or university. From your perspective, because here you have background and you can tell us how it went in your institution. Okay, we have a policy at our institution, and what issues have you noticed on the students level and on the teachers level? Because we can have a policy, but how do we impose it or reflect on the usage of the policy that we already established?
Right. So we're talking about academic integrity policies, right? So an academic integrity policy already has rules about what is acceptable and what constitutes academic misconduct. And you can enhance that with statements about AI and how AI, using AI for a certain way, in a certain way, constitutes misconduct, and therefore students should avoid it. And then you have an AI policy for the university, and this is the one that I was saying, that for the time being it can't be a set of rules, but rather a set of guidelines. And that AI policy needs to be reviewed and revised very frequently, because this technology changes really fast. And what we do with the technology also changes. If we start putting hard rules on what you can and can't do from now, it's like trying to install traffic lights before we even build a car. So we really need to learn how to use it, learn from mistakes as well, and then reflect those learning experiences in the policies that institutions develop. And as I said, do that quite often, every 4 to 6 months for sure. Yeah?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Christina.
Amazing talk, a lot of insights, a lot of considerations. And now we're going to continue our discussion with AI. So I'd like to move to the panel discussion on empowering educators in the AI era, collaboration for upskilling programs, featuring our distinguished panelists, Dr. Ahmed Al-Hunain. I invite you to join. Dr. Christina Jutsaki, up as well. And Dr. Sheikha Aineti, yes, sorry. And our president of TEFL Kuwait, Ms. Rana, will be moderating the panel.
How would you like us to say? So we have mics for each one of us. Oh, good. Thank you. Handhelds.
Okay, you are the boss.
Please, after you. Okay. After you, Doctor.
Shall we take my slide off?
Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah, thank you. Just so that you guys are. Yeah.
So segregation.
Segregation, yes.
More chairs than us. So are we going to supposed to sit here?
We need the lights to be. The projectors are. No, it's all right.
It's better that
yes,
you
yeah. Because that way I will be able to see all of you. Can I have one? Sure.
Hello? Hello? Check, check.
Okay. We need the.
We can share the mic.
Yeah, we can share. Yes. No, I need one. So, I need one. This is what I was asking.
I think it's not good to talk.
Okay. So yes. Okay. Hello. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. If you have stayed this far, this shows that you're enjoying the conference. We really sincerely are grateful for this. Since we are talking about 21st century teaching, inclusivity, AI, integration, and everything, this also raises an important question. I mean, this has been on my mind for a very long time when I started organizing this conference, that we are talking about AI, it's already here, and all those things, and we need to be ready for it. But okay, as educators, we are equipping ourselves with whatever knowledge and training we can in our busy schedules. But are the educational institutions that we are affiliated with, are they helping us? Are they giving us some kind of training, upskilling programs? So this raised a question, and I thought that it's really important that since I have some of the best scholars from the field, from different backgrounds, let's corner them. So, so we are going to raise this discussion today. I'm going to ask them some questions, and after that, the floor is all yours to raise your questions about what we are asking and what we are generating. Okay. So let me introduce you to our esteemed guests here. We have Dr. Sheikha Al-Naiti. She's the head of Business Department, College of Business, PAID. We have Dr. Ahmed Hunayan. You have already met him. He's the Deputy Director for Academics and Research, PAID, as well as he's also the founding board member of Abdullah Salem University. We have Dr. Christina Jatsaki. You just heard her very well. So she represents the Research Coordination Unit of Center for Education and Innovation, Zayed University, UAE. A very warm welcome to all of you once again on this panel. The topic of our panel is Empowering Teachers in the AI Era, Collaborating for Teacher Development. So my first question goes to you, Dr. Sheikha. It's related to the current assessment tools that we use. How far we successful in assessing the faculty members? So are the current assessment tools used to assess faculty members efficient? In your opinion, what is AI's role in faculty assessment needs? So could you throw some light on this, since this is a topic I think very, very related to you.
Yes, it is HR related. It isn't working. It's working? Yeah. Oh, okay. I can't hear myself, I guess. Oh, closer? Oh, okay. I got it. Yes, coming from an HR background, I can tell you that our assessment tools for faculty members is mainly based on students assessing their teachers or faculty members. The assessment tools used by the student, even though it is legit and we can take it on board, however, it could be biased. We cannot guarantee how would they assess their teachers. For example, it could be linked to their liking to their teachers. So if they give them good grades, they will, grade them highly. And of course, the other way around, if they did not do well in their exams, they're probably gonna blame their teachers and they grade them lower. They will probably not be able to see their faculty members as in terms of how good they are in delivering their informations, managing classrooms, and etc. So the assessment tools may be a little bit short in that term. There are other aspects that should be considered when assessing faculty members, such as are they involved with research? Are they doing any community services? They are involved with developing, for example, curriculums, and so on. Are they collaborative with their faculty colleagues, with their students, and all of that? So we need to take the whole thing in assessing our faculty members. That's how we should look at it. Now, the other part of your questions is whether AI can be used in that effect.
In assessing.
Definitely yes. So if we took the first part where students are assessing their faculty members, AI could be linked to the students' performance, and they can, for example, look at their attendance rate. It could look at, for example, their grading points. Is it that low? That's why they rate them lower. Is it high and they rate them higher, and so on. So it could take a trend. It could have some kind of a deep analysis of their behavior, their contribution, their engagement in classrooms, and all of that. and then give a better assessment for the faculty members. Now, the assessment tool should be used for a clear purpose. That is how to develop the faculty members at the end of the day. Yeah. So after this assessment, teachers should have a feedback, and with this feedback, they should have a plan on how to develop these faculty members. So I'm only talking about one aspect, that is the assessment of the students, because that is what has been used in Kuwait mostly. But if we took other aspects, what the faculty members are doing, using the AI, you can see like how much they are interactive with their universities, developing programs, holding conferences like you are, organizing so many things. Yes, then this all will add up and given a better assessment for the faculty member.
Wow. So do you think that there are already existing tools for this? Any suggestions for them?
There are tools, to be very honest. For example, where I come from my background of HR, there are tools for HR, what they call it HR analytics. Mm-hmm. So they do have a pool of databases of these individuals, and they analyze each aspect and put them together, and then they will give you a better assessment using the AI tools. Mm-hmm. So AI does come very handy in being very fair, or more fairer than only relying on students, let's say.
Yeah, so you're focusing more on the constructive feedback, yes, where AI can really support us and help us. Yeah, thank you so much for that. My next question goes to you, Dr. Ahmed, since she raised a question that we should also, it should be an all-round assessment of faculty members. So that also brings us to an important question about training programs. So what kind of training programs do we need for our faculty, since she says we should be ready for all kinds of assessment? Do you think we need to change how we assess student performance for AI integration in education? So it's student performance as well, not just student assessing the...
Well, number one, I think we should raise the level of awareness to faculty members of the importance of AI and all the ethical considerations in the presence of these technologies. After awareness programs, there should be a training programs in two set of levels. It's like a package. Package number one is what is an AI? What are the most important AI tools that is needed in any educational institution? Yeah. This brings the level where instructors will later on go into the self-learning or attending another level of training programs in the proper use of AI tools. Number two, what is happening now is with the AI being available for students, the students can easily get 100% grade because then they can do the academic writing, they can do the assignments, they can prepare even extracurricular activities where they can get a good grades. In terms of assessing the student, now I am an instructor, I know all the students, they use AI. Some of them, they don't know how to use AI, or they don't want to use AI because they think it's unethical. So it's not fair for other students not using AI. Yeah. Now, in my opinion, as an instructor, especially higher education, is to ask the student to do an assignment, for example. And I don't care whether they write it themselves, they write it or they get it from AI applications. The thing is I need them to answer my question or do the assignment. This is number one. This is not the end of it. There has to be humanized. There has to do their input into what has been there. And their opinion. And they criticize what they have and put it in writing. Not only that. The final version of the assignment is to do a proper presentation to all of the students and what they found and what they feel and what they suggest. Now we are bringing the education and teaching and learning level into a different, it's a new evaluation system. If it depends on assignments, because a lot of faculty members, they give true, false, and assignments, they come, grade, finish. I don't care. I mean, as an instructor, I teach. I don't look after whether this has been cheated or not. So I believe we need to train the faculty members on these practices to change the mindset of student assessment. That's an opinion. I know too many people may disagree with me, or they have another opinion.
So in other words, you're suggesting that it has to be at least a 2 or 3 level approach. First, we train our faculty members in assessing students, and not only assessing, but also training them, as this thing was raised by Dr. Christine also.
Also training the students, aware the students of how to properly use the AI.
Exactly.
And to the benefits of being very creative. I use AI as a tool like I use grammar check.
Yeah.
But again, there has to be my input.
And also be analytical, not just provide information like finding it from Google, but kind of, it's just doing the same job as Google did, but just analyze it and present it further.
For example, let me give you an example. I have a student, and I ask the students to choose 3 destinations to travel.
Yeah.
And which of this destination in the summer will be perfect to my preferences.
Yeah.
So they do the search, they do AI.
Yes.
They bring the pictures.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they
have to
think
explain.
about their budget, how much money they have, whether they have visas or not, and then provide a solution and introduce these alternatives and analyze. This is one of the ideas.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, Dr. Christina, as Dr. Sheikha and Dr. Ahmed raised this question, and you also actually raised it in your session, how do you assess the use of AI in education, number one? And further to take that discussion, has it been integrated in the place where you come from? Has it already been, or is it already being used to assess AI in education? The way Dr. Ahmed, is it closely related, or is it a different perspective you people have there in your workplace?
So my institution has made it very clear from the very beginning that we are going to embrace AI. There is no stopping it, there is no banning it. Even if we block it on campus, students will have access to it outside of the campus. So it is a losing battle trying to limit its use or even ban its use or ignore it and pretend that it's not there. So our attitude has always been, it's there, students are using it, we'd better use it as instructors, and let's see how we can benefit from it the most, and also keep an eye out for the dangers that come with it. But our approach has been quite systematic and multifaceted. So we started with educating our teachers on how to use AI, on the benefits of using AI. My center holds weekly sessions, 30-minute sessions. They're online. Faculty during their lunchtime can log in. They watch a demo of a tool that we have already tried and vetted, and we can tell them this is the tool, and this is how you can use it for this or that lesson planning, or making a multiple choice test, or generating teaching content or flashcards or whatever it is. And we have those quite regularly throughout the week. We also hold sessions on AI and academic integrity. This is a huge concern that we've noticed in the survey that we did with the faculty. The major concern is academic integrity. And they are worried that they are powerless to catch the students using generative AI when they shouldn't. And in order to remedy that concern, apart from updating our academic integrity and AI policy, and bringing also a separate AI policy, which is more guidelines than rules, we are also trying to go the route of rethinking and redesigning assessment. During COVID, we saw ourselves moving away from online exams because the students were taught remotely, they were assessed remotely, and we knew they were cheating. And we went to writing assignments and writing essays. Then ChatGPT came along, and we went the other way. We abandoned the written assignments, and then we did exams, supervised, online but supervised face-to-face exams. But those are only like band-aids. They do not really provide a long-term solution. So for us, educating our teachers on looking at the assessments that they have for their courses and thinking, okay, can AI be incorporated? How? How can I change this assignment or this assessment so even if the students use AI, I will still be able to ascertain how much the student has learned in my class or in my course. So we have regular weekly sessions on redesigning and rethinking assessment. We have experts in our center that can actually work with individual colleges or heads of programs to help them redesign assessment. And we are putting key faculty, about 80 of us, who are responsible for designing assessment. We are doing a course with Cambridge University on assessment principles and practices, because you cannot redesign or rethink assessment unless you know how to design reliable, valid assessment of learning. And so in different colleges, professors, of course, are experts in their field, but they've never received instruction or training on how to write an assessment. So we thought if we provide them with the opportunity to develop those skills, then when we ask them to rethink and redesign their assessment, they will be in a better position to do it. They'll know the strategies and they'll know how to do it. We also make the effort to vet different AI tools. As I said, we have already an institutional subscription to Grammarly. If an institution manages to vet and then subscribe officially to a platform or a tool, it gives a positive message to the students and faculty that here's a tool that we think is useful to you, and then also kind of prevents the students from using other stuff that they may find on their own, because they have now a powerful tool that is sanctioned also by the university and is not considered unethical to use it. So these are all different measures that strategies that we've put in place, and the more we discover about AI, its limitations, its risks, its benefits, the more we implement then initiatives to address each of those. And we try to move everything all at once, because we know we can't wait. What we've seen from you asked me about the incorporation of AI in assessment. What we've seen from the faculty is about a year or so ago, they were complaining that we did not have an AI policy in place, because they thought if the university had an AI policy in place, everything will be clear, they would know what to do with it, and their headache of what to do with it will go away. Well, we brought that AI policy only for them to realize hasn't solved really anything, because the onus is still on them to decide, is it useful for my course? How can I allow my students to use it? And when the time comes for assessment, should I allow the students to use it? How? And will I be still able to say, I know what the student learned or did not learn from my course, even if the student uses the AI? So we have different faculty applying AI in assessment in different ways. Some still want it banned completely, and some complain that it is banned, and then they have it turned it on during an exam or something. So there's no one size fits all. But empowering the teachers is to really arm them with knowledge and skills. Knowledge about assessment, skills to design good assessments in spite of AI, and give them the opportunity to experiment. So not limit the educators from trying different things and then sharing that knowledge with each other.
So in other words, you're suggesting, first of all, we need to modify our assessment policies. Of course, we have AI integrity policies in place, so we need to integrate AI into it. And also, you suggested that we should have some kind of training programs for our faculty to teach them how to assess and also to give their opinion. So, in a kind, you're making them responsible, but at the same time, you're also empowering them to take the right steps. Thank you so much, Dr. Christina. My question again goes back to you, Dr. Sheikha, because it's not only about us. There's a lot of people, lots of stakeholders involved. So, what role should policymakers and educational institutions, because you represent institutional heads, play in ensuring that AI training is accessible, equitable, and aligned with modern teaching needs? So, what are policymakers doing? What are the initiatives taken by them?
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, first of all, policymakers and CEOs of any educational institution are very, we need to rely on them on making these policies. Without their decisions, without their allowance, to take place, to have AI taking place into our educational systems, it wouldn't be happening. So first of all, yes, we need policymakers to make decisions to incorporate AI into our educational system. It's coming, as my colleague just said. We cannot fight it. We cannot prevent it. And again, coming from an HR background, we know that people are resistant to change. Therefore, the speed of AI is incredible. In the past, it will probably take hundreds of years before the next revolution era comes along. But with AI nowadays, it could be as fast as twice a day. So it is vast. It is very fast in its development. Therefore, policymakers need to take this AI into account and have them implemented into our educational system. They also need to consider, as my colleague Dr. Ahmed said, faculty members, they need to get training in order to deal with this new era. And I would like to take an example of COVID-19. When it occurred in Kuwait specifically, they said, okay, we have to stay home, and we're not very much ready to move directly to online. Some of the institutions, I shouldn't even say everybody, but some of the institutions were not ready to go online 100%. So not only faculty members, but also students were resistant to moving into online. But the joke is, once we moved to online and then we went back to normal life, they don't want to go back to the traditional way. But see, exactly, exactly. They saw how easy it is, and they can cheat and all of that. Exactly. Then they say, okay, we can make use of this. But at the end of the day, policymakers, they need to have the infrastructure. They need to invest in AI in order for it to happen. They need to look into how to train their employees or faculty members, how to have them ready and to take on board classes and to manage their students as well. So policymakers are the first step ever to make this happen. With their regulations, with their updates. I mean, we're not, I need to add also that policy making or policymakers, they have several rules and regulations, but with AI, they have to have it faster moving, So, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Dr. Christina also suggested the same thing. So yeah, it makes sense. Without their initiative, nobody can implement those kind of situations. My question goes to Dr. Ahmed. What are the most important AI tools in education because we are talking about AI, so that are needed for teachers and faculty. We are talking about that we need training, and what are the tools that we can use in training? Would you like to recommend some?
There are too many.
Too many.
It depends.
Some of them.
Number one, I think we are running out of time.
Yeah, it's all right. We can. It's coffee time. It's coffee time. We can spill over some coffee here. It's all right.
Organizers are okay.
Yeah, it's all right.
Dr. Sheikh just said about policymakers, and they are responsible for allocating training programs for faculty members. But there are challenges. Now, the training center, now faculty training center, maybe they are not qualified to design those courses or training programs, because they don't know what AI is all about. They don't know what AI is. It's AI in education. If I set these programs for educators, it's different than I set it for another different industry. So this is one of the challenges. We don't want to train people on the use of AI. We don't know the real objectives, why we are training them. So clearly there has to be efficient and qualified people working in those departments. This is number one. Number two, regarding the AI tools, let me say there are, if I am an entrepreneur, I would like to do social media AI, design logos and whatever, mock-ups, tracking of whatever, setting up my business plan. If I am an educator, most likely I need the tools that helps me to do my job as an instructor. And most of them, the prompt-based oriented line, such as Gemini, ChatGPT, and Copilot, for example, because it gives me a lot of answers to my questions. Educators need tools that specifically used for research. A lot of tools that researchers really need in order to cut, I don't know if that's, Dr. ethical or not, to use like SciSpace or اشتركت في مو Gemini A اسمها. I used it, but I really forget it. Or similar literature review tools. There are some tools which is Grammarly and rephrasing, which bots of rephrasing issues, which are actually ethical, because we need to do we used to do proofreading manually, or we pay people. When I did my dissertation, I have an English woman. I gave her the thesis. They corrected everything, and I gave her money. It took me maybe 2 weeks. Now, in a minute, I can do it.
Yeah.
So most of the tools that is needed is related to educational. Naming them, it's mainly too many in research, too many in prompts, and they are really available. And maybe Dr. Christine also.
Can I make a comment on that? Just a general comment. I think this is the first time that we've seen a technological revolution where the speed of technologies creating tools for educators, for education, the educational context, is really, really fast. Usually, first they create tools for business and money-producing organizations, and then we try to repurpose some of those tools for teaching and learning until somebody pays attention to us and then gives us an educational app. But now, I think with AI, I see a lot of companies, startups that are targeting educational contexts and educational settings. So I think this is a great opportunity for us as educators to just grab those tools and see where they take us. But again, funding from leadership needs to come.
It's really crucial.
Because unless you pay for a subscription, you don't have access to all the features.
We do have time for 5 minutes for question and answer. It's really crucial because we raised a discussion. People have a right to question, so you can grill them. Yeah, Reem, it's all right. You can take this one. Sure, I have one. Reem, here.
This is a question about the future of academic publishing. With this whole AI-generated, essays, as an editor of a couple of journals, I'm noticing that submissions from certain parts of the world that used to come in full of linguistic mistakes are now miraculously coming in perfectly written. So I'm suspecting there could be some AI assistance going on. So do you envision, I don't know, used to would say 20 years down the road, maybe now 5, will we still have academic journals?
So this is something we're also facing at my center. As you know, we have, we curate content for a Scopus Index journal, and it has created lots of headaches for us. Small journals like ours, where the editors, the reviewers are all volunteers. This is not our job. It's something we do on top of our job. And we don't have the tools to detect how much of what is submitted has been written by AI, and whether it is unethical or whether it is just correcting language. That data in the results, is it actually generated by research or is it generated by AI? We don't have the means to ascertain that. And if you want me to make a prediction, I think journals like ours that, again, are run by volunteers, where we don't have the right means or the right funding to take care of them properly, we will be extinct. And because the people will stop trusting that what we bring out, what we publish, is actually true. And the big journals, where they have editors, reviewers, they're all paid, this is their job, they have the tools to detect how much was written by AI or not. They're the ones that will survive.
I would like to comment.
Yes, please. Yeah, there's a child who has a question.
I would like to,
Okay, ask the question.
I was going to comment on that as well. But.
Yes, go ahead.
I think we should we take all the technology and electronics from the students, we mix them. Sometimes we use them, sometimes we don't. And for example, we make a test at school without electronics. They practice with electronics, but don't use it at school. They learn from their head, so they can know that is the answer.
Yes.
So it can always be in their heads.
She's what? So what? My earrings? May I have the privilege?
Yeah, Dr. Sheikha, would you like to answer, make a comment on this?
Beautiful voice to begin with. Yes, I know. Well, based on your interaction, Doctor, thank you for your comments and your input as well, and your question, of course. I would like to add to that AI can be used also to generate literature review, for example. Some people will think it is cheating, but it is a tool to make things to make our research faster. For example, if I'm searching about something in HR analytics, then I can just put it probably in Gemini, for example, one of the tools that Dr. Ahmed mentioned earlier. And they can bring us tons of journals. And if I'm looking for something specific in that HR analytics, then I can look, for example, at the abstract, the result, the methodology. That's what I'm looking for. And then I know which journal paper is saying what exactly. Then I can pull all these journals from these data and from this generated AI tool, and then have my own research. So in a way, it's like having a personal assistant helping me finding these journals. But let's assume that I've cheated and I put everything together using AI, then there are tools that will catch me. Let's put it this way. There's Authenticate, Turnitin. All these tools will detect how many or how much in my text is AI generated. And then there are another tool.
Dr. Sheikha, she says, we don't trust these tools. The tools that detect AI. I mean, for example, Dr. Sheikha, if I submit my article to a journal, they return to me, hey, make sure that plagiarism is less than 15%. Yes. Okay, now when you think AI is less than what?
20%, that's what I thought.
On what basis? Why 20? Why 30? How would they know? Now the houses of money making, they said, we are a house that can take your paper and humanize it, whatever, make it 0% authentic. I don't believe them, because they use another tools to humanize the unhumanized.
Exactly. So at this point in time, I don't think that there is any tools that is keeping up with the technology.
See, let me tell you something. We are not English speaking, so a lot of us cannot write the proper academic writing, because it's not our first language. So it is very difficult to write a proper literature review with the criticism of what this says and why says and what do you feel about it in a real scientific way to get a Q1 journal, for example, or Q2. So that's the issue. I know it's controversial.
It's not controversial, actually, and it does extend to the student as well. Just I want to pick that point that if I'm not a native speaker, why not use AI tools to improve my writing? If we transfer that to the students, I think this is the first time, at least in higher education, when the students come to us from high school and their English is not what it should be, we are going blind, because before the students submit anything to us, they run it through Grammarly or ChatGPT. It gets perfected. It arrives to us, and we cannot ascertain what weaknesses the students have for us to do then remedial teaching, because everything that comes to us is perfect. So if we cannot address weaknesses, we can't improve the students' language. And then that becomes a vicious circle, and we could be facing, for the first time, graduating a generation of students who may not improve or may even get worse by the time of their study program.
Assignment paper is different than research paper. Research paper, they don't give feedback. They give feedback in terms of the contribution of the outcome of the research. But again, I do agree 100%. Otherwise, the improvement of reading and writing and assignments will not.
Last question. Yeah, we're sorry. You can continue
Dr. Christina.
with all three of them at coffee.
Thank you, Dr. Christina. That was exactly my question. How would you address that problem that you've just mentioned? How would a teacher make sure that the language learning skills have been actually taught, that was actually taught in class, are actually internalized and understood by the learner, not being compromised by some AI tool?
So when we're talking about students with low level of English proficiency, then we want to limit their use of AI in the classroom to be able to see what they can do with the language while we'll have in front of them, and then give them tasks that if they do have to use AI, that it does not affect the level of language or the proficiency that is reflected in the outcome. So if you're asking them write an essay, of course they're going to use ChatGPT and Grammarly, and the essay will come to you perfect. But if you ask them, if you help them write an essay through a process writing approach, where you don't just get the final product, but you work with them from the outline, the kind of approach you were describing, right, in your session, where they create an infographic, you said, where they create a video of the work, where they go through drafts and editing, etc., then you get a picture of that student's ability in writing the assignment. But if you just give them a topic and then they give you the essay, it's a losing battle. You never know the language. So we need to change our practices and our assessments.
But you do ascertain the importance of minimizing the use of AI.
As I was saying during my talk, if the objective of the lesson, of the course, is to teach language, to teach academic writing, then you want to limit the students' use to produce academic writing. Maybe they can use AI tools to produce an infographic that informs the essay that the student is going to write. But you definitely don't want the student to use AI to write the essay, because that defeats the purpose of the course. But if the purpose of the course is not to improve academic writing, but to write things, then you can allow the use of AI and then built-in assessment tasks that allow the student to notice language in the hope that they will improve. So, as I said before, there's not one size fits all or one approach that will work with everybody, and that's what makes it hard for us. So if you go to a session thinking, okay, I'm going to learn now how to deal with AI, it's not going to happen. You need to learn from different sources, you need to open your eyes, you need to look at different tools. Exactly, and use different strategies for different groups of students.
Last thing, the solution for this is to have a training programs for success stories of evaluators teaching English for English instructors regarding this.
Thank you so much. This is a continuing discussion. It's not going to end. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment.
One comment.
Yes, very quick.
Before we close up.
I promise.
Okay, quick.
And that is to incorporate within the assessment, in class, handwritten writing, timed writings, and to have that be a standard at the start, because that will give you a framework about where the student is at. And then to go ahead and include those, at least 2 more times in the semester so you can see their progress. Otherwise, it's extremely difficult to ascertain how much they've used and whether or not
Thank you,
they've
Sandy.
learned.
Sorry
Can
to
I
interrupt
just
you.
make one final caution on this? Whatever we do to collect writing samples from the students, we must not disadvantage them. And I think Dr. Christine will also agree. If you get them to write timed writing, handwriting, when all their life they've been typing. You will actually disadvantage their performance. And it will be different than if you gave them a laptop to type with. So whatever your strategy or technique, just make sure you provide them with the tools that they're used to, and that how they perform in that task is not reflective of the tools that you provided them to write with.
Thank you very much. Let's end right here. And now we invite our president to honor our panelists. We'll start with Professor Ahmed Al-Hunain. Thank you so much for being with us today. Dr. Ahmed Al-Hunain. Is his name here? Somebody take pictures, please.
Pictures, please.
That corner to the left is good for pictures. To the very left. Very left. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Ahmed. All right. We'll honor Dr. Christina Jitsaki as well for your keynote and for the panel. Thank you. And also, Dr. Shiha Laneti, thank you so much for being with us, for your insights on the panel. And now we have 5 minutes for coffee. And I'd like to say thank you for the youngest attendee participant of TEFL Kuwait at the end. Thank you over there. Your voice is so cute. That made me think my voice is terrible. Thank you. So I'm good now, right?
Yes, right.
Just wondering how many people in the room so I know who I'm talking to, more or less.
Okay. Okay, I guess I'm starting now. Good day, everybody.
Yes,
you can see me, I hope. I cannot see you, but I'm hoping I'm talking to I'm envisioning I'm talking to a huge room of people very engaged in this conversation and this conference, and you've come here because you would want to join my conversation about fostering digital wellness amongst our learners and teachers. It is during this presentation, I will be using digital wellness interchangeably with digital well-being, and I will be presenting to you, key observations from years of research and practice. I'm coming to you from snowy Canada. My backyard is up to my waist in snow right now, so I envy your weather. And I'm coming to you with my interdisciplinary knowledge right now, which involves online learning, digital learning, language learning, computer-assisted language learning, as well as lately a lot of research in psychology, neuroscience. Not a neuroscientist yet, but definitely really looking into that, as well as we all now are looking into the usage of AI agents. I am not going to speak much about technology this time around, although originally I would be more interested in that as an IT programmer who I spent years working as. And then teaching programming. I feel like I've made a full circle, and now I'm here to represent a voice of teachers and learners who are very comfortable with technology, yet often feel that we have to revisit how we use it and when we use it so that we stay well. Now, I owe you a definition of digital wellness. According to the work I've done and those before me, digital wellness is defined as a way of life or way of teaching and learning, in our case, that habits of body, mind, and cognitive habits inclusive, while using technology. So basically what I do through my research and recommendations is promote optimal health and well-being holistically, while using technology to support individual and collective thriving and learning. It is a journey, it is a practice that we have to engage with every day. So what I'm really focusing on is taking advantage of benefits of digital technology and avoiding the potential harms. Some of the work that I will be sharing here with you has been done also with my colleague May Doran. With her together, we revisited the definition of digital wellness, and we spoke of achieving a balanced and mindful approach to using digital technologies to enhance one's physical, mental, cognitive, spiritual, and emotional health. So because I'm shortening this presentation from its original version because I want to leave a few minutes for questions and comments. Therefore, I'm not going to show in detail the stats of how misusing technology might affect us. You're all aware of those. You've been hearing about the mental health crisis, more so in North America, but now I'm seeing numbers everywhere that are similar and are indicating that we might be going not the right direction in the way that we use our digital devices, when, how, and how much. What I'm really what I really want to stress here is that we have to, through our practice, build good habits. So really the focus of building digital wellness is that of being aware and building the right habits so that we can benefit. We are doing all of this in a context of attentional crisis. Once again, this is another topic of my research for the last 8 years. I have a couple of publications out there and another 2 in the pipeline about the need for attentional literacy, for us to be, all of us, to be working harder, stronger, and more intentionally on putting our attention and sustaining our attention. Because, as Richard has been saying, showing us, demonstrating across all demographics nowadays, is even those who started off with very strong habits of being able to concentrate and focus, like my generation, we are losing those habits, and we still need them as much, not habits, but capabilities, sorry. We need them as much as ever before. All of that in this context of digital distraction, information disorder, and often disconnection, and what many refer to as hyperculture. For example, we are hyper-connected via all our social media windows. At the same time, when you dig deep down and talk to people, ask questions, survey people, it's to find out that many of us are feeling disconnected personally and individually. We also have tendencies to presenting ourselves and our personas in a different way in the online world, and often becoming hyper-personal. This did not start with AI, social media. Research in hyper-personality has been around for quite a few decades and has always indicated that it's not necessarily healthy for human beings to be presenting their personas in an inauthentic way. Hyperattention is that aspect of our behavior where we are paying too much attention to things that we shouldn't be really focusing on. And also, I throw at you, give you a bit of homework as a teacher would. What do you understand yourselves by pseudo-convenience? I came up with this term myself, so I coined it, and in the upcoming papers, it's going to be defined. But I always invite people to think what pseudo-convenience means. When you're using your phones, when you're using GPS, when you're using your AI, is it always true convenience? Also, is faster better? And I'm not going to speak much to AI because I looked at the other presentations enough. Attention has been given to AI, and I'm going to move on to this slide here to highlight a couple of what I refer to as unintended impacts of technology on individuals, and once again highlighting the holistic aspect of things. So reminding us that we are not cognitive beings trying to function in this world, but there is so much more to us. On a personal note, recently I've been exposed much more to the fact that there is 1 in 4 people in this world suffering from dementia. And there is a lot of research telling us that these numbers are going to get even worse. So looking at the future of our own cognitive health, all I can say here and share with you is that staying well holistically is going to support our cognitive health as well. Because the dementia I'm referring to, according to research that I'm familiar with so far, is related to our lifestyle mostly. So what are these challenges on us holistically? Is the distractibility, is the amount of information that's pulling our attention, is the design of, in this attentional era, right? Attentional economy era. It's the design of the social, the digital spaces that often calls for our attention, where we don't want to really share it, but we are forced to in a way. So our attention span diminishing, our tendencies to multitask, while knowing that our brain cannot multitask, that only switch from task to task, and there is quite a big loss of focus, attention, and cognitive energy while we're switching from task to task in our brain and in our body as well. A lot of us being disconnected, not only feeling like that, and have a crisis that we openly talk about, that of loneliness. Crisis of loneliness. So much that we could be learning from our healthy habits of living in community and belonging that many of us understand very well, and cultures emphasize, especially old cultures, emphasize the need for living and doing things in community. And all of that resulting in growing levels of anxiety, stress, and even depression, that adrenaline exhaustion that is either chronic or just comes upon us from time to time, and through times of burnout before we gather, spend a little bit more time on our wellness, read the signs of what's needed, and then focus a little bit more on the right habits. The tendencies towards information-seeking habits, naturally inherent to human beings, and fear of missing out, that many now are advocating to replace of joy of missing out. Miss out on all that fake information, really, and focus on what matters. Nomophobia, I've been talking about for a while, being a mobile learning expert. For part of my career, nomophobia being the fear of not having your phone, not having your cellular phone. I actually do a lot of practices, exercises with my students who have journals, and they journal how they feel when I ask them to leave their phone behind when they're going out for a walk. Some of them cannot go for a 5-minute walk without a phone. Okay? So I challenge you to try that with yourself. And that always-on mindset is not necessarily helping us either. So now, very quickly, these concerns do show also in my conversations and research with graduate students where I work. So you can scan quickly of the graduate students are saying, but you see that mirrors what I've said. In their courses, in the digital space, they do feel that there is too much information, there's overwhelm of everything, that technology is often misused, overused, too much technology used, and they also obviously speak to the fear of not enough safety and privacy, also isolation issues, people presenting false online presence. There's a lot of conversation coming from my students right now who feel that when they are speaking online with other students, they often speaking with their AI output, which basically translates to AI speaking to AI as opposed to humans speaking to humans. We do understand how much AI can help with language production, correction, rehearsal, support of developing communicative skills, but we have to be well balanced in how we choose to teach these tools so that actual rehearsals of communicative skills actually takes place. I'm going to pause for 10 seconds and invite you to look in these pictures. I often come back to them and ask a simple question. Why did the author, who I'm still following, entitled this collection of pictures removed? Who is removed from what? In what way? If you want to look at more of these pictures for your own reflection, I'm sharing here, as you see, the website. You can always come back to it later, spend some time and wonder if what your understanding is, and maybe have a discussion with your colleagues, your students about it, which I often do in my classroom. And once again, my lens that I'm speaking from is that human-centered interdisciplinary lens that reminds us that we are only human to start with, that we have certain tendencies that are always going to be part of our design, and we have to be aware of them. So we have that, we are very complex, our brain is very complex, we are very extremely vulnerable to dysregulation and emotional stress. We do have propensity for distraction, and we do need others as we are social species. We have the social brain. Biologically and psychologically, we do need each other. We do need each other to learn. We also need to learn in a context of safety. We have to feel safe and secure and be able to regulate our emotions. So the teacher's role in this case is to create a learning environment in which students can access their cognitive skills, their communicative skills, and their emotions do not become a barrier. So we have to avoid excessive stress in the learning environment. That stress often coming from this design of our digital environment. We also have to allow time for brain, body, mind processes. We cannot cheat time. So the whole discussion out there about slow learning, slow productivity, slow approaches to processes is because we are designed in a way where we need time. Reminder of our basic human needs before I share the model that I've come together with May Doran to support digital wellness. So our basic needs are those, or autonomy and agency while being related to others. Relatedness and being part of community, right? We need to be able to achieve in a meaningful way and feel competent. If you look at the PERMA theory of well-being that I'm sharing here with you, it emphasizes what we need to feel happy as human beings in learning and otherwise. So once again, we want to be engaged. We wanted to find our flow. We want to be in authentic connections with others, find our meaning, achieve, and celebrate achievements, and have the sense of accomplishment. And also, we do want to feel our positive emotions and share them with others, remembering that on average, human being has this negativity bias, and on average, not for everybody the same way. The negativity bias means that 80% of our thoughts are negative by design. So we have to make an extra effort, an extra level of effort to have more positive thoughts, even in face of negative news that we are looking at and hearing all the time, and others sharing with us. So following my colleagues at the Digital Wellness Institute that I invite you to visit, really advocating digital balance. And in all the aspects of what we do. But at work, at school, I'm also advocating mindful approaches. And what I mean by mindful approaches are the approaches that focus on what's in front of us here and now, and invest and engage with what is in front of you here now. For example, in this presentation and listening to me, I hope nobody there is looking at your phone right now and considering what you're going to do in 5 minutes from now, 5 hours from now, or you did yesterday. The central components of this approach are those of regulating your attention on what's in front of you here now, approaching all experiences with curiosity, openness, and acceptance. For example, acceptance of so-called failure in learning. It's not failure, it's yet another opportunity to rehearse, ask questions, learn more, and revisit our ideas and our skills. And this is what the model I've been talking about is all about. Based on years, in my case, 7 years of data, 8 years of data from my students in response to the question, what do teachers have to focus on in the design of learning, especially digital learning, online learning, in order for that design of learning to support holistic wellness of the students? All the answers, secondary and primary data that I collected over 7 years, pointed to these main themes, these main 8 dimensions of design for digital wellness. These dimensions are that of awareness, balance, attention. Once again, this is what you want to make sure that is part of your curriculum, of your design, of delivery and content, of your design and learning. Awareness, balance, attention, designing for safety, designing for space where there is authentic identity being encouraged and celebrated, agency of learners, learning and community, and achievements are celebrated. I'm going to unpack this a little bit, plus you can read much more in my publications and those with May Doran as well. And I just want to make a statement here. I spent months and months trying to pull out one overarching dimension here, and that would be the one of awareness of balance, both or one of them. That always has to be there. But then we figured out that it wasn't possible. All these dimensions really are interconnected, and they interact in order to be building that environment for healthy learning. So, as I said, you can spend more time with all of them, but I'm going to give you a quick run through the definitions of what we mean by awareness to start with. So awareness being that of learners' awareness of their digital learning behaviors, habits, competencies, attitudes, and beliefs, right? And how these affect their cognition, emotion, and their wellness holistically, right? So the first step is always, how do I use these tools, digital tools? How do I use AI? How often? What are the results? So one of the strategies would be that of really monitoring, having a digital habit journal, right? Which, once again, I've created. I have a few copies and versions of, and encourage people that I work with to use. And then balancing in a purposeful way the choice of digital learning materials, activities, and technical tech tools. Also, time allocation is very important. Don't rush in your design, students, right? From point one to point B, because process matters more often, much more than the output. So make sure that by not balancing out these choices, you overwhelm and distract your students. So one of the strategies here would be even guiding your students to use their physical space in an ergonomic way. So it's not only the digital space. You've heard, if you listen to my presentations, you've heard me talk about digital detox. I've been doing that for over a decade, talking about over a decade. It's becoming more and more important. And I'll be doing it tomorrow. You will not be able to find me on my digital, in my digital space tomorrow. Attention. Whole separate piece that really deserves your attention. So this ability to intentionally direct your attention in the present moment towards what you want to, out of choice. Remember, you have choice. And try not to be judgmental, so be intentional. I'm skipping this one because if I start talking about attention now, it's going to be for the next 2-3 hours.
Dr.
An identity that, yes?
Sorry, this is Chadia. So good to see you and hear you.
Hey, Chadia.
Just a notice of 5 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shadia. That really helps. Okay, wonderful. For a moment, I thought I was alone and preaching about community. So, but now looking there, I see I'm not. Okay, so identity. Do I have to tell you what identity means? But this definition comes from my research. So, learners' ability to present their authentic selves out of conscious choice. And you know how often students, learners need, all of us, need support and scaffolding to be ready to share our own self. Let me mention this example. I'm currently working with a student, with one particular student with disability that I'm learning so much from in terms of when they are going to be ready to share their authentic selves and why sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. That has to be considered as well. So that they can feel safe, right? Experiencing a sense of confidence and ease while participating in authentic interactions and in learning and in community, right? When they feel secured and ready to share space by connection and trusting others. So activities of mindful listening, active listening, and speaking practice are very important here, and what that really means. And scaffolding, once again, step-by-step scaffolding. And I have probably 3 minutes and 4 pieces. So agency, again, a whole separate presentation on agency, especially now that so often we choose to share our agency with AI agents. I don't call them tools. Like Harari, you're probably familiar with the works of Harari. I don't think AI are tools anymore. We are sharing our agency with them. And that importance of community. And learning design that results in a bonded and caring community of learners who connect, communicate, and reciprocate respectfully through meaningful interactions. They relate to each other's. Okay? How do you ask yourself that question? Am I creating a space, a learning space in which I support students working with students? And then do I celebrate their achievements? Okay? Individually and collectively. Do we pause to talk about their achievements, ongoing achievements? Do I send messages of encouragement and celebration? And do I emphasize the fact that there's no failure? There are only achievements and a process of growth. And I thank you so very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Aga.
And hope there's a couple, yes, thank you,
Yes, I'm
Chadia.
standing here. You can see me. I can see myself over there. We have.
I'm going to
our
stop
audience here.
sharing so that I can, there you go.
Yes. Can you
I
see
can
us?
see more.
So if you have questions for Dr. Aga, please feel free. Yes? Have a question? No? We had a lot of comments, and Christine and I were talking about being nomophobic for sure. We have to work on that. And then Christine, here, you know, Dr. Christine Koum, she had a call. She's like, I'm going to answer.
Yes.
And then listening to you at the same time, she's like, no, what did you say, Christine? I'm good. I'm detoxing. I'm detoxing. So I am not.
I'm detoxing.
Answering. Yes. Yes, and you got your friend, Dr. Christina Chitsaki here. I have a question for you.
Hi.
Aga. So Aga, I mean, this is amazing frameworks and advice and very systematic approaches to deal with AI in our lives. From your personal experience, because you mentioned that tomorrow is your detox day, so you won't be in your digital spaces. From your personal experience, having probably distilled all this information that you shared with us on the frameworks, how easy is it to put all that into practice, and what do we need? Being aware of this cannot be the only criterion for us to be successful,
No.
right? So what kind of
Beautiful
support do we
question.
need for all that to happen?
Absolutely. Okay, first of all, a lot of patience, okay, with ourselves and with those that we invite into this practice. It's an ongoing practice. Remember, one of my first slides says it's a journey. I've been on this journey for over 2 decades, as you know. You heard me speak about it a long time ago, okay? And I still have days where I have to ask myself for forgiveness, okay? Because this practice is very intentional and systematic. But so I have to also, taking a day off tomorrow is never been easy. I had to navigate, communicate, negotiate with my community that it's okay for me to be offline tomorrow. Let's speak about 2 families I have. One is being that personal family, and the other one being my educational family, my learners. Okay? With learners, it was easier. I'm off the phone, offline, I'm available actually 5.5 days a week, right? My students very quickly understood why and how, because I spoke to them in detail about it. Then when I collected data, I understood from my students that actually my digital detox encouraged theirs. They spoke in these very words. Knowing that you are not at the other end allowed me to take time offline. Don't forget, I work for an online university where we're supposed to be available 24/7, 365 kind of, right? Policies like that are not very healthy, but they are in place. So when my students said to me, thank you, thank you, thank you, knowing you're not there allows me to leave my phone behind and go for that walk, because I was always feeling pressed by your online presence. So consider just this, right? And so we support each other in that. But at the same time, if you see my signature on my email, I do mention to the students, you can send emails to me anytime you want to, but I will be responding them where I'm not on my detox, okay? So I'm not imposing anything on you. So that's just one example that I think speaks to a lot. Another very important note, it took me years to get to that place. It took me years of feeling guilt and shame. I'm human, right? So, but then I arrived at that point that I'm organized well enough to be able to do that. Okay, another thing, my family, right? Again, I'm right now in a very particular position that I have to follow one of the family members on my phone because of the health condition. And those tools on the phone are fantastic, okay? But I still there are tools on the phone, sorry, got emotional. There are tools on the phone where I can switch everything else off. And I just follow my 360 live to know where this person is, what I need to know, right? So basically, I think this is a very good example of that balance in place. It was so much easier for me to talk about it 2 years ago when I didn't have to use the tool. I didn't have little children that, needed me. I didn't have this, and that. Right now, I still have moments when I organize. I have habits. Habits is the answer. Habits. Same things at the same time every day. One of the habits, I'm currently teaching a self-care course, and that's in relation to digital wellness. And one of my topics is your morning habits. Again, digital wellness through the morning hours. So that's where you start. You start small, baby steps. You observe what works, what doesn't. You choose what works for you. You try over and over again. You make your little so-called mistakes. You adjust your practice. You try again. You communicate your practice openly without trying not to feel shame. Okay, right now, everybody in my institution and all my students and family know what to expect of me. It took years. Thank you. That was a really long answer, but it's a long practice.
Yes, we have a question. Raise your hand, please. No. Okay. Any more questions? Yeah? All right. Thank you, Dr. Aga. I'm going to face you here so that you can see me because it looks awkward to be just backward. We miss you. We love you. Thank you so much for, it's very, you need to know Dr. Aga's background to understand. Being a director of the Doctor of Education in Digital Learning / the human-centric piece within instructional design and digital in general is unique. So we have Ms. Rana Khan, our TEFL Kuwait president, here to honor you, even though you're not with us. I'll get the gift. I'll get it to you to Canada. Thank you, Dr. Aga.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for attending, and let's continue the conversation.
Yeah, Dr. Aga, thank you so much. Well, we are so grateful for you to be joining. I think it's pretty early in the morning in Canada. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And I know you're not with us in person. Inshallah, we will make sure that you reach Kuwait one day. And I have a small token of appreciation for you. I know you're not here, but I requested Shadia to accept it on your behalf and whenever she's in Canada. So you will have it, inshallah. And you will remember us.
I always remember you.
Yes, so can you, yeah. Can somebody take a picture, please? For Aga? Who's at the door? This is for you, Dr. Aga.
Thank you so very much. I'm sorry, do I have, Chadia, do I have to pay your luggage access or what is it? Thank you very much again. And now, will I be able to listen to the next presentation? Or how does this work?
Can you keep this going?
No. Chadia will give me the her notes then.
I'll get her notes, okay. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dr. Aga. It's very pleased. We're very pleased to have you here. Thanks. You take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
All right. So now we will proceed with the rest of the day. Thank you. So we're going to continue. So, okay, we'll give him a few minutes just to clear the Zoom here. You are introducing. What's your name? Yeah, I have. Yeah, it's fine.
This one, huh? This one?
No, the next one. Dr. Huda. Yes, this is it. Yes.
Yeah, these are yours.
Press in here, on this one.
This one is for...
No. Close the Zoom one, yeah. I think you need to close this. End meeting.
Leave meeting?
Sure. Or end. Okay, good or bad, whatever. Now let's go back. Now let's try clicking on this, on her name.
Okay.
Huda. It's not happening?
No.
Who's the tech? Yeah, who's the IT guy?
IT? Do you have an IT here, please?
No, I'm...
You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just want to check.
We need access to the slides. It's supposed to just go on a hyperlink, but
yeah.
We can just pull it out.
Yeah.
The one that you have to send today, right?
Yes.
Adil, with this hyperlink where? I click their name, but it's not happening. Okay. See?
No, first make slideshow. Don't.
Okay. Okay.
Done? Yes.
Hello, everyone. I would like to present to you Dr. Huda Sha'ban, a licensed educational psychologist. As a licensed educational psychologist and an expert in learning disabilities, Dr. Huda brings over 27 years of professional experience in education psychology to her work. Her extensive career includes many jobs, such as being a high school instructor, educational specialist, researcher, and a school director. By being in many worldwide conferences, she would like today to talk to us about meeting neurodiversity needs in inclusive classrooms. Please welcome Dr. Huda.
Good afternoon. It has been a long day for you. Do you still bear hearing someone else to talk to you again? I'll try as much as possible to make it interactive. And I know that you've learned a lot the whole day. I'd like to thank all the committee, Rana, the president, everyone who made this happen. I was involved previously in organizing conferences, and I know how much work that would take. So let's give them a clap. Bravo, you have done a lot. And hopefully this last session would be the cherry on the top. You're not going to curse me after I leave. So thank you for inviting me to be part of your international conference hosted by Kuwait College for Science and Technology. Actually, today I'm going to try as much as possible to explore with you talking about neurodiversity. However, this time I thought, for more now than 27 years, I'm talking about neurodiversity, and I'm talking about different kind of how to create inclusive classrooms. Today, I decided let's do it differently. Let's do it upside down. Let's forget the educational institutions, our educational system, everything related to what is out of our control, and let's think of what we could do, what is under our control, and we could do. Thank you. I'm ADHD myself, so you won't expect to see me standing behind the podium. I need to walk while talking, so thank you. All right, so it's a new, I will try with you to see how we can move forward from a fixed mindset to move to an open one, which not celebrate, I'm not going to use this word celebrate neurodiversity. I'm going to start talking about fostering culture that would respect neurodiversity. For the whole day, you've been here giving one of your weekend days to learn more about how to help just neurotypical students. Isn't it about time to start thinking about the other category that needs our help? You're doing an excellent job by teaching students while their English is their second language. However, if we would look at the statistics, the last one that I passed through, it was done in the United States, 4 million children with ADHD and learning difficulties. 18% of them drop school. We're talking about 720,000 students dropping school just because they're struggling with learning difficulties or ADHD or autism. So today I'm inviting you in a journey. I tried my 30 years of experience to just put them in an idea that we're going to explore together. Ready? Okay. I will just skip this because I've been introduced. However, I want you you have 3 minutes. I want you to look at the person sitting next to you, and you have 5 minutes to answer these questions. Introduce yourself if you're new to that person, and try to discuss those 4 questions. Can we do that? Okay, I'm gonna put here a timer for 5 minutes. What do we mean by neurodiversity? It's very important to be all at the same wavelength, right? Choose someone to sit next to so you can discuss this. Move on through the 4 questions. What are the barriers? What does it need from an educator to unlock neurodiverse students' potential? And is it doable? Mhm. Maybe. We'll see. You can add one more. Out of 10, how much do you give yourself as an educator who was able to implement or to help neurodiverse students? What do you think of sitting here just together to discuss this? I'm trying to include everyone in the conversation, in the discussion. Three, two, 1, 0. Before moving ahead, just think about it. How much do you give yourself out of 10 as a mark that, yeah, I've done it. I was able to unlock my student potentials in a ratio of, don't share it with me, just think about it. Don't share it. Don't share it. Okay. So, it's very important, keep on the thoughts, because we're going to come back to this. It's very important, first of all, if we would like to talk about neurodiversity, to have a common, what do you call it? Like a common ground? A common ground that we are all talking, yes? Common understanding that we are talking about the same thing. So let's start by, who are we talking about? Which students are we talking about? So, in my presentation today, I'm gonna talk about students with learning difficulties and students with developmental disability. Why it's very important to know who we are talking about? Because based on these students, we will be able to check our abilities or our limitations in serving or in helping these categories, right? So understanding the difference between learning disability and developmental disability is crucial. Why it's crucial? Why this distinction matters? Because based on this understanding, we'll be able to figure out how we're gonna help them. So if we're speaking about students with learning difficulties, we're speaking about neurological differences hindering students from acquiring academic skills. Like these neurological differences impact their ability to read as in dyslexia, their ability to write as in dysgraphia, and their ability to do math calculation as in dyscalculia. However, whenever we're speaking about ADHD, I'm speaking about different set of neurological differences. I'm speaking about their ability, the challenges that they face to pay attention, right? To control their ability to concentrate, stay seated, manage tasks, regulate impulse control. And whenever I speak about autism, and here I have a word to say about that, here we have neurological differences that is impacting social skills, communication, functional communication skills. Okay, no need for that anymore. All right? And
as per research, if a child has been diagnosed with developmental disability, there is good chance they will also struggle with one or more learning difficulties, right? Okay. Why I'm saying that? It's very important if you would like to value neurodiversity, you have to understand it. We cannot value something if we're not very aware of what we're valuing, right? So whenever I say learning difficulties, the first thing I'm saying, we're speaking about a student with average to above average intelligence. I'm not asking you as educators, among 24 students in your classroom, to just give the time to students who are struggling with their cognitive abilities. However, I'm asking you to stop and think about students who have they're struggling, their whole brain function is working well. However, like in ADHD, we're having the prefrontal lobe has a deficit in it, and then their brain is structured differently when we talk about learning difficulties, like the Wernicke area, whenever we speak about dyslexia. However, they're able to learn. They're able to graduate from schools. They're able to reach universities. They're able to hold on jobs, just if they are given the right support. So if I speak about ADHD, we do know now, everyone knows that it's a performing disorder, not a knowing. We're not speaking about their inability to acquire knowledge. The knowledge is there. However, they don't know how to apply it. So think about that. Is it fair to deny knowledge and learning from students who are just impulsive, easily distracted? Is it fair? Is it fair to leave behind thousands of students because they don't know how to communicate well and have sensory issues? And here, whenever I talk about autism, I'm talking about Asperger. Why do I mention I'm talking about Asperger's? Because we're speaking about students with average and above average intelligence. Students that can be handled in regular classrooms. All right. So think about it this way. Student with emotional dysregulation, they're impulsive, and all what we are stuck with as educators in classrooms are students with behavioral problems. This is all what we're seeing in our classrooms. Did we ask ourselves why, from where those behavioral issues stem? Okay, another question. Is it fair to leave behind the students who have difficulty in pronunciation? Or they can't learn letters as fast as the neurotypicals? Is it fair? You spend the whole day today in this conference learning how to help those students, neurotypical students in classrooms, learning English as a second language. Did it pass in your mind that there are other type of other category that might really be what you're learning throughout what you have learned throughout the conference may change their life? Literally. I was in Sydney and I just came back for the conference for Rana a couple of weeks ago. And whenever I'm in Kuwait, I see clients in the Kuwait Association for Learning Differences. I've met 2 women. One, 25 years old, she's still struggling to finish her university. And the second one is 55 years old. Their mental health, they're devastated. The tears were in their eyes the whole session. Imagine a 25 years old, a university student, came to me to figure out, please let me know, do I have ADHD? I do need, this is what she said literally, this is what she used. That monster within me, I do need to label it. After speaking to her and ask her many questions, it was obvious that she had learning difficulties. She didn't know. No one told her she had learning difficulties. Imagine. No one mentioned it to her. All what she heard, you're clever, you could do better if you just try harder. And whenever you ask them, how do you feel yourself? Do you feel yourself clever, smart, or stupid? What do they answer? Stupid. They feel themselves stupid. Why? Yes. Why? I don't want to hurt any of your feelings today. I appreciate you as great educators. However, those students are struggling because of our mindset. The stigma that shaped our mindset. These students are less capable. Whenever you say less capable, what does it mean? Less expectations. Right? Or else, the neurological differences limit their potential. Isn't this what you have discussed in a minute? When you had those 5 minutes to discuss the questions? What's hindering us as educators? Again, forget about the institution, the educational institution, forget about the Ministry of Education, forget about your administrators and how they are dumping on you too many tasks to be done. I want you just to think about these students. Yeah, I know that you feel unprepared, and you have the right to feel unprepared. I know you have many students in your class that hinders you from giving a little more attention to students with learning difficulties or ADHD. I know that. However, do you know what were the consequences of that mindset? Ready? It has impacted their mindset. Students with learning difficulties and ADHD now, they think they will never succeed. They think that there is nothing they will do and would make you happy. They think they're not good enough. And at one point, they quit, and then you have to face all their behavioral issues. At the beginning, they tried. They tried to please you. They tried to please their parents. They tried to meet the expectation because they're clever, they're smart. However, their performance doesn't reflect how smart they are. So they reach a point, they quit. Imagine if in the state 1 of 16 students would get an IEP, an individualized educational plan, that meet their academic lagging skills, 1 out of 16. 1 in 50 receive accommodations. So what are you expecting from these students to do? To sit like angels in your classroom? Tell me, teach me. I'm all ears. I'm that angel in your class. Can you do that if you are sitting in a classroom that is, you're hearing a Japanese professor talking about something very important, but you can't understand what he's saying. So what are you going to do? Are you going to sit here and look at him? So their behavioral issues, because this is something we start with. ADHD is not a behavioral problem. It is not a behavioral problem. So whenever you put consequences, you punish them, you will see the diagonal side of them. Yes, this is what you're going to get. So today, hopefully, if that's what you're going to take from my session as a closure, as a closing session, we need to shift the paradigm. We need, as educators, to start think of what we could do inside the classroom, not what the administration is not letting us do, or the Ministry of Education. And whenever we're able to shift the mindset, then instead of avoiding challenges, you will see them viewing challenges as opportunities. Instead of refuse to receive criticism, they will embrace any constructive feedback you will give them. Right? Think about it this way. Think about it from this lens. Instead of focusing on proving themselves, they will focus on the process. It's not the mark, the grade, it's what they can do. It's the help that they can get from you that makes the big change. Do you agree? Okay. If you agree, then we're going to move to the second part of this presentation. The only way to unlock our students' potential is by looking at neurodiversity as a strength. You need to shift the paradigm. As long as you're looking at it as a deficit, you're not going to be able to help them. There will always be barriers that will hold you back from helping them. And even now, if I would ask each one of you to think about one student, a neurodiverse student in your classroom, but think about his strength, not his weakness, I'm pretty sure your eye will be wide open and know, oh yeah, I didn't realize that, but it's there. We're talking, maybe because their brain is wired differently, they're seeing things you do not see. They think outside of the box. The analysis, the deep analysis that they could do, you can't do. How many of you has children or something that would watch movies? Someone with ADHD watch movies with them. You have the opportunity to sit with them and watch like a movie or something. How many of them would tell you what would happen? How many of them would know what would happen? And would tell you, this, even they would say, what's the word that's going to be spoken or said in the coming glance, the second. Because this is why in Arabic we call it naqs intibah. It's not naqs intibah. It's distractibility.
What does it mean, destructibility? It means that instead of stepping into the classroom and focus on my teacher, I focus on the teacher and on my friend, on the books, and at what are the other two of my friends are saying. I focus at everything at the same glance. This is why I'm able to see things you do not see. So if we're able to use their strength, can you imagine the transformation that we could do in their lives? All right. So, first of all, if we would like to unlock every student potential, first of all, we have to look at neurodiversity as a strength. We have to embrace their unique abilities. We have to recognize that their differences contribute valuable perspective into the skills in the classrooms. Actually, this is something I always advocate. Having students with learning difficulties and ADHD in a regular classroom benefit their neurotypicals more than it benefits the students with neurodiversity. Because you are respecting their learning differences. Okay, so to wake you up, and we're going to do it with minor adjustment in your classroom. We are not going to wait for your administration and the Ministry of Health to change the curriculum. We're not going to wait that. Okay? We're going to do it with minor adjustment that you could implement in your classrooms. Okay? Let's think about it this way. Again, let me wake you up. We spoke about the deficit. So we're going to move from deficit-focused approach to strength-based approach. And please, I beg you, please give up that concept. I'm going to fix him. You cannot fix an ADHD student or an LD student. They cannot be fixed. You cannot use an iPhone as a Samsung. iPhones have their own wiring. Samsung has their own wiring. Both phones can do the job very well. So you cannot fix those students. Whenever you give up this, you will be able to work with them. And because you try to fix them and it won't work, usually you're frustrated. You feel frustrated, I'm not able to work with these students, and then it ends up by overlooking their strengths and their potentials. All right? So what we need to do is to recognize the values of their unique abilities and foster an empowering environment that encourages growth and collaboration. So let's move step by step how you're going to do it in your classrooms. I want you, again, a minute with the person sitting next to you. Try to discuss based on this new perspective. So now the conversation would be different than the conversation you have had by the beginning of the presentation. What are the challenges, the barriers that have you encountered in your classrooms based on what we were talking about ADHD and LD, taking into consideration the nature of their disabilities? What are the barriers that you have encountered in your classroom? So now put yourself in that student's shoes. What are their barriers? You can talk to each other, discuss it. You have a minute to discuss it. What specific barriers have you encountered in your classroom? How do these challenges impact student engagement and learning? However, put yourself in your students' shoes. behavior will make new friends. You should never leave a student behind. All right. Did you ever think about those barriers for neurodiverse learners? Did you ever think about the sensory overload in your classroom? Did you ever think how this environment with the bright lights, loud noises can overwhelm neurodiverse mind? Did you ever think how their lack of executive function, is hindering them from submitting their homework at time? Or forgetting that homework at home? Or being late, always late to reach your classroom? Or or forgetting their books and notebooks. They're forgetting their backpacks. You're right. Recently, we all have challenges in our executive functioning skills. But how do you feel when someone would punish you because you forget? Okay, how do you feel about that? Very bad. Very bad. Since I got married and my husband is asking me, close those cupboards doors. And we had fights. Till the end, my daughter said, Mama, I beg you, write a sticky note, put it on that cupboard so you would remember to close that cupboard, and then you won't have that fight with my dad. This is an executive function issue. This is what we punish our kids for doing because their brain has different wiring than ours. And if you are going to punish them your whole life, they would leave the room, leaving the closet's door open. We need to teach them. We need to put for them reminders because they're going to forget. You shouldn't do it for them. I'm not asking you to bear those students because haram, they have ADHD. No, they're not haram. They're much clever, smarter, and able to do things than anyone else. But you are crippling them. Either by doing their job, and then we go on to learned helplessness, so we're doing everything for them, or by punishing them because they're not doing the job that is need to be done, and then again we're crippling them in both situations. So what we need to do is just teach them the skills that they lack. If they have, I'll be with you in a minute. If they have learning difficulties, so I do need to teach them the academic skills they lack. If they have ADHD, I need to teach them the executive skills that they lack. It's as simple as this. It's as simple as this. If we're just aware, if I will ask myself as an educator, which skill this boy is missing? The whole the whole story will be changed. Instead, he's defying me. I told him to get his homework, he didn't. Instead of getting into that power struggle with our students, if I ask myself, just ask myself, which skills he's missing? Do you think any of these poor kids in our classroom would like to be spotted in that corner in front of all their classmates because they're doing bad, because they forget their homeworks? And then, till now, I see teachers, they look at someone who's not comfortable reading and say, "Oh, Rana, stand up and read."
Yeah, we are looking, hunting for that.
Oh my God, for God's sake, for God's sake. What I'm talking about, does it have anything to do with Ministry of Education or with your administration? It does have to do with your mindset. Yes, please.
I think what's the most important thing is how you identify whether a learner has the lesson. That's very tricky. It really needs someone who is trained, someone who is specially trained, because sometimes even the slightest assessment where cultural difference is maybe that wrong labeling can come in. That's one thing. Even when you identify, and you cannot identify 100%, even if you know it's very difficult to educate all these children with these children as well. So what's important, I think, is institutions should have a department where trained psychologists, specialist psychologists are there who can assess the children and advise the teachers what they think will do in order to help them.
At one point, you're right. At one point, what do I mean at one point you're right? At a specific moment, we can't do it on our own as educators. However, do you agree with me with the notion that no student would like to be left behind, would like to be bullied, would like to be nailed on? Do you agree on this notion? Do you agree with me on this?
Exactly, that's the whole point.
All right.
There is the assessment count.
Okay, all right. So let's take it step by step, all right? So do you agree on that? Okay. So if we are able, as educators, to create one thing that would change the whole story, which is, if you can answer this question, culture of acceptance. If you are able as an educator to foster in your classroom a culture of acceptance, you won't find students who would defy you and make it up. And no, I can't understand, I don't want to understand, I'm lazy, whatever. So the first step is to foster a culture of acceptance. Why some of these students would excel in some classes? 5 minutes? 3 minutes, okay. Why exactly? They've been seen, they've been heard, Dr. Aga, the presentation before the previous one, she spoke about safety. They feel safe to say, I need help. They feel safe to just say aloud their needs, spoke it aloud. They feel safe. However, in the question and answer, we will continue this discussion. I'm here as long as you want, no worries. Okay. So, because there are too many things that I do need to
شو اسمه tackle. So if you are able to foster that acceptance, the culture of acceptance, and how you can foster that culture by speaking about it, by teaching empathy, by teaching understanding, speaking about neurodiversity. It doesn't matter if you have ADHD. You're the one who can change the stigma. Whenever you speak with your students about ADHD and learning difficulties and whatever, you're breaking the stigma. Now, do you know who's playing this role? The TikTok. I love TikTok. Now, all students, they're happy to just watch those TikTok reels that just speak and highlight how good our ADHDers, how creative the ADHDers are. It's giving them a boost of dopamine that now they're coming to me saying, please, I want to know if I have ADHD. Please tell me that I have ADHD. And then here, this word, I have to be very critical or very, no, if they have just executive function, forgetful as all of us, or they have ADHD, you have to tell. So whenever you encourage open communication, celebrate the neurodiversity, teach empathy, half of the problem is gone. And then you will be left with the other half, which is that person has the ADHD or has learning difficulties, and he needs support and needs you to use strategies to help him succeed. What type of strategies? First of all, please pay attention to the sensory overload. This is very important if you would like to have a quiet classroom. Pay attention to the sensory overload environment. Give executive function support instead of punishing because of forgetfulness. Just try to figure out what is missing, what is the skill that you do need to address. Then comes differentiated instruction. That is the hard part, but I do know that many schools now are leaning toward using differentiated instruction, so you're doing it anyway. And you have a treasure in your classroom that you can use, which is peer collaboration. Assign a co-pilot to that student. Use group cooperative learning. You could use lots of strategies that you're using now, but because you don't know the nature of the neurodiverse students you're working with, this is why you're not able to reach the results you would like to reach. And you know, I was a director for the CCIS school for 8 years, and you know what I was telling my teachers? Do it for your own. Not for me, not for the kids. Instead of having a power struggle every single minute you are in that classroom, do it for your own. Foster a culture of acceptance. Have that kid a friend of yours. He's the spokesman in that classroom, and enjoy it. If that is all didn't work, then you do need, at that point, to double check with an assessor, with a specialist, with a school psychologist. But at that point, many of the problems will be solved. Incorporate student interest while you're teaching. Offer choices. It's a miracle strategy. Would you like to do this or that? Do you know the open book assessment is the best strategy I ever seen for students with learning difficulties and ADHD? She gave us the answers, the questions. The teachers gave us the questions. He was so happy that he was given the question, so he went home and started to read the question that he's gonna have in the exam. You reach your goal. The student learned the topic. Just think about it. Think about it in a different way, from a different perspective. And all what I mentioned till now, is it doable? Yes. Is it? Yeah. Perfect. Okay, that's it. I tried my best to go as fast as possible. And now I'm ready to take your questions. The only thing that I would like to leave you with, recognizing neurodiversity would make you able to create inclusive classrooms, would help you unlock students' potentials. Recognizing the neurodiversity. Without understanding it, you cannot value it, and you cannot implement it. We do have many courses, training courses for teachers, how to work with students with special needs in classrooms. If the Ministry of Education isn't helping you to know the skills, you go and learn it for your own sake. For your own sake. Not for the sake of the students. For the sake of your mental health.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Huda.
you.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes for questions, so please feel free. Okay, I'll give you the mic over there, please.
Really aware of what is happening now. Like there are children or students with different abilities and we need to take them into account in the classroom. But I know sometimes we seem delusional when we say this, but the educational system is really important. If you are teaching 35 students in the class, how much time can we really give the students time? Or even get to know the students? Give them the time to express themselves. So the educational system, the other factors, training for the teachers is really important as well. Thank you.
A couple of things. The first thing, if you're thinking that it's not a mindset and things changed, you have to see parents and it's starting to change. Yeah, but still we're facing lots of challenges and I'm having many crying parents in my clinic. The second thing, I didn't say the educational system is not important, but what I said, I've been standing on stages speaking about this for how long now? For how long? I've been in Kuwait since 1996. We started advocating ADHD and learning difficulties on 2002. Our conferences has started, right? You're witnessing for all the conference. Every single year we had a conference and we had speakers coming from the state just to talk about that. And we had all these people, the VIP people coming to just listen. They're not listening. So what we could do? Other than take it on our shoulders and do whatever we're able to do. Yani, aren't you doing that with your 35 neurotypical student? Okay, so thank you. Yeah. So why the other one are different? Why? Why they're different? If you're doing that with your neurotypical students, why neurodiverse students are different? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you taking care for the other issues that we discussed other than the differentiation instruction? Think about it. Think about it. And think about the mindset. Yes.
I would like to share one experience because I told you when we were discussing this. We can be inclusive, as you mentioned. I remember one very typical case. During COVID-19, we went on Zoom, and of course, nobody was thinking about these kind of students, how they might struggle with so much of clutter on the screen of it. Anyhow, so I had a student, it was the beginning of the class, and there was an activity which required them to speak discussion online. And he quietly texted me, it was a small class, but he texted me, "Miss, can I respond in writing?" I said, "Why?" He said, "I have a very bad stutter." And I said, no problem. But then I started texting him whatever question there was already on the screen, and
he would immediately respond back. Initially, I thought, how can it be any, maybe it's copying, but then I thought, these are my questions. How can he be copying from elsewhere? It turned out that he happened to be one of my best students. He aced every single discussion. So every time, what I did, it was a formative assessment discussion. I changed the activity to a written discussion board for him. We can do this.
Would that take a lot of your time?
No.
It's just take a moment of awareness that this is his need.
Yes.
This is all what I'm
So
saying.
AI can be very fast. Yes, exactly.
What I tried to do today is just to highlight what is under our control. I'm gonna stop talking about what is out of our control. خلاص. It's too much. Too many years, wallahi, too many years we're doing that. خلاص. We could do it. As educators, you're here for more than from 8 o'clock حرام يعني عم بتطلع بوجوهكم. I'm looking at your faces. You're here for a long time now, trying as much as possible to gain information. You can't do that. You can't do it. Yeah. It's just a shift in mindset. Stop thinking about the Ministry of Health. Or of education.
I didn't hear that.
Do you know, for my teachers, I was asking them, stop thinking about families. Yeah, I'm doing a lot, but the families are not helping you. Okay, they're not helping you. What you could do in the class. Yeah, as an educator, do your best. Exactly. That's it.
Thank you very much. It was a great presentation at the end of the long day, but I think I learned something for me personally, which I'm not going to share. I'm going to gain for myself. But I wanted to relate your presentation to, I think, Mr. Joe's presentation when he quoted Andrew Underhill and his quotation that teachers, when they go into the classroom, they have to think about the aura they bring with them, the energy. So I think these piece of information we learn here should be applied by us in every single, let's say, moment of our life. So we have to be inclusive to many different people we meet in our life and be prepared to kind of accommodate different perspectives at the shop, at home, at everywhere. And more than everything else, when we go into the classroom, which is our job, we have to be prepared to include everyone in our class. So yeah, in order to get that mindset, I think we should kind of reflect on our personality and character 24 hours on 7 days. So that's what I understand. But the other thing is a question, or let's say kind of a disagreement or kind of a doubt. You said that in order to help achieve that goal with the students, we can give them the questions at home, and they'd read at home, and they'd be happy about the questions and come back and answer and get the score. But doesn't that teach them helplessness? Doesn't it teach them some kind of depending on something ready for them, and maybe they get used to this?
If that is the only strategy you're going to use, yeah. However, you know that the brain, the dopamine in the brain is, or the reward center in the brain works on dopamine, right? Yeah. And whenever we do something nice, that brain area would like light up. And then we would crave doing it again. They need to succeed, to have the motivation to repeat what they have done to succeed again. If they didn't succeed, if they didn't feel that success feelings, they're not going to look. Many of the teachers would come to me saying, he has no motivation. And then, do you know what motivation means? We could discuss this for hours and hours. And then at the end, we're able to do it. I know that maybe I just throw an example. You can't do that always. What I was trying to say, use the strategies that would make them feel accepted, not isolated, able, that would make them feel able to do it.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add on to that when we do these strategies, it actually benefits all of us.
Everyone, yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah. And on the top is you as a teacher.
Yes.
It would benefit you as a teacher, on top of all.
The amount of conflicts and
Exactly. The power struggle that you go through during when you're giving the burnout, from where it comes.
We have one more question at the front.
You were talking about crying parents coming to you. I think that has to do a lot with how commercial education has become. And the fact that these schools, I'm not talking about teachers at all right now, I'm talking about schools, they see these students as a burden that they need to get rid of. And we want everybody to just behave, number one, and then do well academically. So instead of helping them, they keep on saying that we don't have the resources in the school to help, like shadow teachers or anything like that. So go and take your son, your daughter, or whatever to outside of the school. So I don't know how the expectation is that all of these ADHD students will go ahead, please.
May I say something?
Of course.
And don't hate me for that. Please, please, because I need to be honest. I was an administrator before. I was a director of a school. And I worked with too many international schools. Do you know when the administrator would ask someone, a student, to leave? When the teachers start to complain. Not because they have these values, maybe because they don't want to lose money because they're losing a kid. But when they would just go to the parents saying, we need you to take this student out, whenever they're afraid they would lose the teacher. I'm trying to be honest. I'm trying to be honest.
But those same administrators also don't want to accept students with no problems.
Again, because they know that if you would leave it to the administrators and the school owners, they'll take everyone. However, alhamdulillah, and know that the teachers here, I'm not putting burdens on your shoulders, or I'm not saying you are in a position that I cannot. I worked as a teacher before. I know how tough is it to work with these students. I know, wallahi, I know. I know it's not easy to work with these students. I know it's not easy to be a teacher at all. And we do know from the many teachers that would drop out of the educational system. However, wallahi, for your own sake, if you learn how to work with them, you will be the happy one at the end. You will be able to hold on or to control the power struggle. Or else you will ask your administrators, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Hada. It is time now for our President, Sarana, to honor you, Dr. Hada. Thank you so much for being here again. One more time. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you feel after this presentation? Amazing.
Yes. And yes, I lost the mic here. It's time. The mics. Oh, the mics are out. All right.
We'll use our teacher's voice.
Yeah, we'll use our teacher's voice. Yes.
May I have your attention for a moment, please, because I know you are
Here.
excited.
It's like mine. I'm like, it's not mine.
I just urge you to join TEFL Kuwait. It's closing. We just want, because you have been here, this shows that you are committed. Please join TEFL Kuwait. It's an absolutely free organization. You can go to teflkuwait.com, become a member, and you will never regret it. And then you will keep receiving messages for online events, in-person events. And yeah, it's a continuous development, professional development for all of you. I just would like to make a final note. We do have, but they have rolled it up, but at the registration desk we have the QR code. You can simply scan it, and it's a simple Google form, answer 4 questions, your email. Please put in your name in the way you want it to be. It will send your certificate immediately to your email. Please do remember to check the spam. Sometimes it ends up in the spam folder.
Okay? Put in your name the way you want it. And one last thing, we do have important sessions running tomorrow. They will be available on a QR code. So it may be a link. We will send it to you, everybody who has registered today. It will be emailed to you tomorrow morning. Do not forget to see those sessions because they are some of the best sessions. Those presenters who couldn't join in person sent us their recordings. You will not regret it. Thank you so much for your attention.